All right, we are live. This is Sound Booth Theater Live, and this is part 4 of the cold reads for So You Want to Be a Hero. Thank you everybody for joining. Thank you, Jamie Castle, for joining as well.
Woo! Yay, me.
And let me kill my phone. Get this damn ringer off here. All right. So, Blind Justice has already been commenting before we even got started. 5-hour day today, that's right. We are going all the way to 3 o'clock today, so I hope you guys are prepared for a long stream. Let's see, we're at chapter 13 at the moment. About what percentage of the book are we through here?
I'll give you a number in just a second.
I'm not sure how many words we've gotten through so far.
Been through 30,000 words out of 145 or so.
Very nice. So let's see, 30,000.
It's about 5%. I mean, I'm sorry. It's about
20%.
20%. I'm sorry. That's what I was getting. It's yes.
Yes. So about 21%. I think if we spend 5 hours today, we'll be at 30%. So the rest of my narration will be going to Discord instead of through YouTube and through all the streaming services I usually go through. That's how I do the cold reads, just the first 30% of the book. And then the rest of the time, while I'm narrating, it's not being recorded on video so that you guys don't get to, take the videos and edit them together to make your own audiobook.
I feel obligated to explain my math. I meant it's 1/5 of the book.
1/5. Okay.
And I said it's 5% of the book.
Okay.
I'm still an idiot no matter what. But
that math works out.
The math worked out.
Okay. Blind Justice Entertainment says, I vote you make a member section and you keep reading. Well, that's what Discord is, right? So check the description below. You can find the Sound Booth Theater Live Discord group that way. Actually, you know what? Someone had told me not too distant past that the link was not working. Let's see if
Discord links are finicky, man. They're a pain.
No, it seems to be working. So yeah, that Discord link is functional, and if anyone here tries it besides me to confirm, please let me know if it does fail for you. But the Discord link should be there, along with a bunch of Facebook links and a link to Cold as Hell on Audible.
Woo!
That's there too. You guys should definitely listen to that because that is an award-winning audiobook. Well, what is the narrator's name? The Red Dead Redemption guy. Roger Clark.
The person responsible for Arthur Morgan in Red Dead Redemption 2.
Uh-oh. We're getting mobbed by the entire Athon crew. How's it going, Rhett?
Hey, Jeff. Steve forgot to invite me.
I didn't forget. I was late to do so.
He told me to come and say hi.
It's all right. Well, I'm glad to have you, Rhett. As always with this show, anytime you feel like rudely interrupting me and giving me direction, it's totally fine. That's exactly what we're here for.
That's okay. I'm only here to listen for a few minutes, then I have to write, because if I don't, I just won't.
That's yeah. There's like what is the time? What is like what is the limit for you for, like, if you get started in the day and you don't start working by X time, the whole day is wasted and you're just going to be a lazy fuck? Like, is there something like that for you?
For like business stuff, no, but for actually writing and stuff, if I don't start before like lunchtime, then
I think that's the key with Athon, right? Like there's the two of us judging each other 24/7, whether or not we're working. And it's always in love, right? Like, you know, Rhett will be like, I'm at the circus. I'm like, well, fuck you. It's 7:00 at night and I'm still working.
Steve, there was a giant tent.
A giant tent.
Yeah, at least didn't think there would be a giant tent, and I was like, it's a circus. There has to be.
We both have young kids, so like it's hard when you work at home, especially with the summer coming up. Like my summer hours are always a train wreck. You know, I don't do the 9 to 5 thing during the summer because I can't. So my kids go to bed and I work until 2:00 in the morning, and that's my summer.
Yeah, you know. It's funny that you say business stuff. Yeah, you can always do it, and it's kind of funny because I've been complaining a lot personally about having to do emails and meetings and shit just like constantly. But it's something that no matter what, I can pretty easily just drag myself out of bed to make it to a damn Zoom meeting or to answer an email or something or look through my email. But other than that, lazy days just will creep up on me if I don't get started at a certain time. So
my time is like 10:30. If I'm not doing something by 10:30, it's so hard to get into the rhythm of doing stuff.
Yeah, but Steve is good at working at night. If it's like 9, I'm like, all right, I'm going to write some stuff. And I write like one sentence, like my eyes are tired.
Yeah.
I'm a musician, right? Like musicians start work at 11:00 at night.
Right.
So I've always been that way. And if I got to write, like I'll write, you know, 4,000 or 5,000 words at midnight, pretty easily. Cause I'm like, you know, night owl style, whatever. I'm rambling.
Yeah. I wish I could record more at night. My voice, like 10:00 in the morning is like when it starts being, you know, really good. And then about 5 to 6 p.m. is when it really starts deteriorating. So I have that window, which is normal business hours, which is when everyone wants to talk to me.
So like 10 a.m. is when all the like last night's jizz gets out of your throat.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Yes. To put it inelegantly. By the way, Blind Justice Entertainment seems to be a big old fan of this book already, and he's only heard 20% of it. So,
yeah, man, we are. I say man. I don't know if you're a man, but just take that non-gender. We are about, I don't know, 10,000 words or so into book 2, and it's fun, man. You guys have not even begun to see my favorite character yet, which of course is the AI. He gets real fun.
No, Curr is the best.
Curr is the best. And Rhett, have you heard Jeff's Curr yet?
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. We talked off air, I think. I wasn't totally sold on Curr until Jeff really started. That's the beauty about audiobooks, right? Like you get that, or voice acting in general, you start to really get the feel for that character, and then he just becomes.
Yeah. He was a little bit more of a challenge for me to get into. And Rhett, you can, you know, Steve kind of cut you off, so you can say what you want about Curr. But like it took me a second to get in there and get in the character. So, yeah, I'm glad we worked it out. And the thing is, even if he's not perfect at this point, oh wait, let me see. Go ahead and share my screen. So, as you can see, this green character here, that's Curr. So if I at any point need to redo his character, it's very easy for me to do.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I feel like you're more organized than a lot of narrators.
I'm now operating Ableton through the stream that I'm sharing. Okay. Yeah, anyway, let's get started. Chapter 13. What now? Oh yeah. He just got his short sword.
How did Lair go? I missed Lair.
Lair was not in here, was he?
Yeah.
No, that was Baritone, man.
Oh, Baritone was 12. That's right.
I think Lair is
next chapter.
Chapter 13, probably.
Maybe this chapter.
I thought he was further on down the road, or is he still in this town?
Yeah.
Oh, here he is. Yeah, here he
in the
is.
hall. Cool. Okay, I'll shut up now.
All right, I'm gonna hop out and just watch on YouTube, so there's
Okay.
not two of us bothering
Cool.
you.
Thanks for dropping in, Rhett.
Of course, have fun.
All right. Here goes, chapter 13. By the way, guys, don't forget to, again, check the description below for all sorts of links. If you're interested in this series, in this channel, make sure to subscribe. And if you guys are really digging this story, spread some hype about it before the book even comes out. You know, we're planning we're planning a release a few months from now. We're putting all of our ducks in a row and making sure the launch is as perfect as possible. But of course, it can only get more perfect if you guys start the buzz, start the hype early, start spreading rumors about me and Jaime Castle and Rhett Bruno, and about how we have formed a cabal that is ready to take over the entire genre with this book.
Yes.
So, all right. Chapter 13.
Do not cut yourself with... Do not cut yourself on that.
My chapter 13 was a little too intense, too, I just realized. Chapter 13. There we go. Curr warned.
It would be a shame to do so before any orcs got their chance. It would be a shame to do so before any orcs get their chance.
Orcs? I replied.
Oh, did I not mention the orcs on Pikeman's Trail?
He asked with a smirk.
I think I would have.
No. I think I would have remembered that. When you say orcs, you mean...
Orcs.
Orcs. Orcs. Mindless reptilian beasts with razor-sharp teeth bigger than their own mouths. Orcs. Mindless reptilian beasts with razor-sharp teeth bigger than their own mouths. Sadly, this often results in them slicing off their own tongues or other appendages. Whew. My brain's still a little foggy, still a little early for me. Sadly, this often results in them slicing off their own tongues or other appendages. Sadly, this often results in them slicing off their own tongues or other appendages. Needless to say, orcs don't participate in some of the sexual activities your kind is so fond of.
Yikes.
If Pikeman's Trail is so dangerous, how come no one has cleaned it out? If Pikeman's Trail is so dangerous, how come no one has cleaned it out? I asked.
Oh, it is far safer than it used to be. People must reach Balahazia.
I shrugged. Well, couldn't the government or whatever mount some sort of expedition or campaign to make it completely safe?
A nice thought, my naive little companion. But orcs and goblins are masters at dissolving into the landscape, hiding in caves and ancient ruins. They never fight a pitched battle. Were we to send a show of force, they would vanish faster than a dwarf at the time of cleansing. And they live for hundreds of years. They can afford to wait forever.
And we're gonna fight them, when not even an army could.
As soon as the soldiers leave, the beasts return. King VI gave and the sixth gave...
I could barely hold back a snicker. Curr looked perplexed.
What is so funny? Funny.
That name. Shirt, Loon? Loon?
You have a very odd sense of humor. It is a strong royal name, handed down by great and powerful kings.
Was Pantaloons taken? Pantaloons taken? This time a full-on cackle slipped through.
That is not a name.
Curr said matter-of-factly. Curr said matter-of-factly. You're right. Just ignore me. Curr did just that. Curr did just that and moved on.
Pyrrhun gave up focusing its might on this region years ago, ever since the conquering of Hoarfrost.
He spoke that last part with a bit of venom in his tone. Let's do that again.
Ever since the conquering of Hoarfrost.
He spoke that last...
Hoarfrost,
a vast tundra in the far north, extending beyond where any Wellick wishes to go. It is rich with the furs of boar bears, iron ore, and mercenaries, as these nearly inhospitable, frigid lands are where brogs hail from. Love you too, Lazy. Thanks for coming. Oh, did you see this? Trust me, I'm going to be spreading the word like fire on all the right subs, Reddit and stuff. All right, thanks, Blind Justice. And no, someone, have you alerted the Discord people yet that you live? No, I did not. I'm sorry. I forgot, guys. One sec. Where is the link to it?
Oh, I was muted when I said thank you, Blind Justice. That was the first of many of our authors that we have name dropped. King Shirtaloon the Sixth. There's a lot of fun to try to find places for all these absurd names that all just work perfectly for our story. Like, those Royal Road names are fantastic for fiction.
They really are. There we go. That explains why our viewer count was low.
hail from.
Thank you, screen, for the unrequested information. Did I mention the king's grandfather, King Shirtaloon the Fourth? Did I mention the king's grandfather, King Shirtaloon the Fourth, also known as Shirtaloon the Monster Slayer, is the one who conquered Curr's homeland? By the way, the monsters were the brog. Maybe be more thoughtful. I gulped and made a note to myself to try and be more careful with things I said out loud concerning a world I should probably know more about. I had my irritating screen, after all. It just seems foolish, I said to Curr, moving on. Shouldn't making all roads to a port city like Balahazia safe be kind of crucial?
Hey, that last screen bit, I just realized we at one point we changed the plural of brogs from brog to an S on the end.
Oh, okay.
You mind changing that to brogs?
Not at all. Let's see. Although I kind of do like the non-S.
I know it was a challenge. I think just to separate it, like when you're writing, sometimes it gets really confusing. And when do you use the S, when don't you? And we just kind of made a decision.
Right.
Loon the Monster Slayer is the one who conquered Curr's homeland. By the way, the monsters were the brogs. Maybe be more thoughtful. I gulp. And, by the way, the monsters were the brogs. Maybe be more thoughtful. I gulped and made a note to be safe be kind of crucial. Ship access has made the old roads less significant, Curr said. It is much faster to transport ore to support the war that way. It is much faster to transport ore to support the war that way. War? Pyrrhon has been at war in the east with the Assyri for decades. It's quite a big deal. Don't look stupid. Oh, right. The war. That makes sense. You are a master wordsmith. You are a master wordsmith. You are a master wordsmith. I know more than a few songs about it. I added, please do not sing them. Curr said, the king... Nope, that's Scottish. The king still sends soldiers on occasion, but only when enough complaints are made at court. Truly, that is more often as of late. If the local magistrates could merely stop their bickering long enough to set a permanent emplacement there, perhaps we could be free of dangers in the woods. Even so, I am still not convinced it would ever be truly safe. The mountains, I realized. Curr nodded. The foothills and mountains. The orcs and goblins know them like no others. The orcs, where'd it go? The orcs and goblins know them like no others. They can use them to hide, ambush, and disappear. And trust me when I say they are perfectly willing to take refuge in the caves that litter the area as well. Dispatch an army so high, and the...
Dispatch an army so high. Oh, okay, I see. If the army is high up, then they're easy targets? Is that what he's saying? Because they're in the...
I was in the chat.
They're in the brush or whatever.
Where is that? I'm sorry. I lost track.
Okay, so we're...
Dispatch an army so high... so high up in the mountains.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dispatch an army so high, and the orcs would pick off the soldiers one by one. And the goblins are quite fond of the taste of Willick. I sighed. Everything here was turning out to be dangerous and wanted people like me dead. I sighed. Everything here was... Oops. What about the Fighters Guild you mentioned? At least I was good at one thing. Making Curr laugh. Those are professional fighters. Do you know what makes them professionals? I shrugged. Enlighten me. They only do so in exchange for coin. Ample sums of coin. Who do you think is going to pay for a bunch of sellswords to vanquish vermin? Nope. Who do you think is going to pay for a bunch of sellswords to vanquish vermin? Not the government. Not the government, indeed. Better to just pay for swords to guard trading caravans. Better to just pay for swords to guard trading caravans.
But if everyone does nothing...
Then they do nothing. The occasional traveler becomes a goblin snack, and the world has one less mouse to feed.
That's horrible, I said, not even having to feign the look of disgust on my face.
If you are stupid enough to go traipsing north, without proper gear or companions, then the responsibility for getting out alive rests with you, and you alone.
I looked from side to side. Aren't we about to go traipsing north? Curr grinned.
Affirmative. Good thing we are not as foolish as to be unprepared. Well, at least I am not.
I swallowed the lump in my throat. Perhaps there's some other quest we could attain, something to the, I don't know, south? South? Ugh! South? Ugh! Curr walloped me on the shoulder.
And what would be the fun in that?
Oh, I don't know. Living?
Living and dying depends on how well you manage to swing a blade. That?
Oh, I don't know. Living? Curse. Nah, let's just leave that out.
Manage to swing a blade. But before we get to that, you are in dire need of a better outfit. Those leggings are far too short to be much use in the chill winds that hug the northern road. Boots, perhaps armor. Lute or no lute, you cannot go out into the wilds like that. You will never last a day. You will never last a day. You will never last it. You will never last a day. It's like that. You will You will never last a day.
And by last a day, Curr was already on the move again. He means you'll die, and that will hurt. Oh, and by the way, you're hungry again. I scurried to keep up. It was cumbersome, carrying both a lute and a sword, but at least I looked a little more like a warrior and less like some lame dude with a toy guitar. We rounded a corner, and Curr stopped in front of a large shop I'd seen last night while searching for a place to sleep. A flower bed outside looked expensive to upkeep and gave me the distinct impression that whatever was inside wouldn't come cheap. I only have 2 gold left, Curr. Nope, whispered. I only have 2 gold left, Curr. I whispered as we entered. As embarrassing as it was to admit, he needed to know.
Never speak of your fortunes out loud, he whispered back. And perhaps we can discuss why I bought you lunch earlier. Later. Later,
he said with finality. The heady scent of leather pulled my attention away from Curr. The place was packed with all manner of goods. Big bags hung from poles, thick boots lined one wall, and there was something that looked like long tarps, not traps. And there was something that looked like long tarps some sort of tent, maybe? From the rear of the shop, a skinny figure pranced out. That was the only word for it. If a deer could stand on 2 legs, you get the picture. Next thing I spotted were pointed ears sticking out from the side of his head like pine trees. His fucking name.
You're welcome.
One of the hardest parts of this job sometimes is keeping a straight face while reading things.
Unique New York. Unique New York.
Okay. Should I pronounce it? Should I lead people away with the pronunciation?
Nah.
All right. Name, Lair Cockenoll. Occupation,
Oh, I want that in there now. It doesn't make sense, but occupation, yes. Yes.
Blah, 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 blah. Occupation, tailor / clothier. Clothier? How would I say that? Clothier. Pronunciation. Clothier. Clothier. I think.
Clothier.
Clothier. Oh, wait. Are we, on loop back? Yeah. Alright. Slash. The slash does... I don't want to use slash. Tailor. Tailor. Clothier. Race. Elf. Male. Special abilities.
You did pronounce it clothier instead of clothier.
Earlier.
No, just now.
Just now. Clothier.
Oh my
Clo-
gosh. I guess my bad. It sounded like it. Okay.
Male. Special ability. Special abilities. Bartering. Potion making. Dream interpretation. Weapons. Currently unarmed. However, don't mistake unarmed. Don't mistake unarmed for non-lethal. That was an ominous warning if I'd ever heard one. So, there are elves here. Why am I not surprised? Believe it or not, you should be surprised. Elves are rare these days. Male elves even more so. Many groups live as nomads in caravans. At one time, they would have been found all over Pyrrhun, but that was long before the Wellick Wars and the fall of Elindis. Elindis? Does that sound right?
I've been saying Alendis.
Alendis? They would have been found all over Pyrrhun. At one time, they would have been found all over Pyrrhun, but that was long before the Wellick Wars and the fall of Alendis. Tall and slender, their bodily makeup doesn't allow for obesity. They're formidable warriors, but prefer peace. They're lovers of the arts. Wellicks could learn a thing or two in that area. Elves have a proclivity for magic power, for magic power for which they credit.
Magic.
Elves
Power for which they
got it.
credit
That's
you.
what I meant. Elves have a proclivity for magic, power for which they credit the 7 stars. They don't usually have surnames like Wellicks, but it seems Lair is trying his hardest to fit in with Cockenoll. They don't Oh, let's try that again, guys.
They don't usually have surnames like Willix, but it seems Lair is trying his hardest to fit in with cock and all. How industrious.
No, I don't want it to be that obvious. Let me try one more time. I mean, kind of obvious. Like, it's just not right. It's just not right.
You do you.
They don't usually have surnames like Willix, but it seems Lair is trying his hardest to fit in with cock and all. How industrious.
Fit in.
Trying his hardest to fit in with cock and all. How industrious.
All right. So, Steve, do you want this character or no?
Let's see how you do it.
Okay.
It's in my head that I'll do it, but
Okay.
you kind of know what I was hearing, and you could do whatever, right? Because the elves have an Italian accent, which is a little bit weird for elves, but like Lair is a pretty weird elf to begin with. He's trying to fit in with the Wellix a bit, so I don't know. See what you do.
All right. Do you want me to keep that Italian?
See what comes natural
All right.
to you.
Aye, travelers, what brings you in today?
Lair spoke with a sly tongue, dragging out the words in a sing-songy way. If I hadn't just seen his skills, graciously displayed before me by the screen, I'd have suspected him of being a bard as well. Curr nudged me.
Take a look.
I stretched my arms out to the side so the shopkeep could get a better look at what a miserable specimen I apparently was. Okay, so when he said take a look, he was talking to Lair?
He was talking to Lair,
Okay.
kind of nudging, like, take a look at Danny.
Take a look.
I stretched my arm. To my surprise, he simply twisted a ring between thumb and forefinger.
Pathetic, is it not?
Curr said. The elf twirled a finger around his long blonde hair while continuing to appraise me. I'd gotten the same stare from a clerk at the Banana Republic when I'd tried on skinny jeans for the first time. It wasn't a good look. Look.
Indeed,
Lair agreed. I'm right here. I don't think I look that bad. But I knew I did. Just didn't think them saying it was okay. Lair pinched a bit of fabric on my shoulder like he was touching some dead, moldy thing.
Oh, sad state. Sad and cheap.
For all I knew, he was right. I had no idea where these clothes came from. Could have been Nahal's equivalent to the Salvation Army.
We will need something hardy and worthy of adventure,
Curr said.
Oh, adventure, you say?
Lair asked.
Where will your travels take you? Where will your travels take you? Take you?
Okay, let's try this again. No, it's too... No. He's... I keep preparing for the hit. That's not good.
Say Balahazia. Make a slap. Cut it in.
Balahazia.
Travels take you?
I started to say, but Curr cut me off with a clap on the back that caused me to cough. cough.
Balahazia, unfortunately. Fighter's Guild business. I do not believe my friend here is properly clothed for the journey. He will need boots, better pants, a tunic of more substantial material. Of course.
Lair closed his eyes, almost longingly. I could sense something that felt like sadness.
It gets cold to the north these days, in the shadow of the masked mountains and old Allandis. And will you require any armor?
So
Oh, you're cutting off. I think you just muted yourself again.
I went the opposite direction. That line in the shadow of Mass Mountains in Alandis, the reason he has sadness is in the future we find out that Balahazia is where Alandis used to be, and it was conquered by Shurtaloon. And so I don't know if you can get out why that kind of hesitation before and old Alandis, like he won't call it Balahazia.
Right.
Because the elves are pissed off about what happened.
Right. Okay.
It gets cold. Oops. It gets cold to the north these days, in the shadow of the masked mountains and old Allandis. And will you require any armor?
Curr cocked his head to one side.
You sell armor?
The elf bowed.
Admittedly, not as much as you may find at an armorer, but we deal in some leather jerkins that qualify. Admittedly, not as much as you may find at an armorer, but we deal in some leather jerkins that qualify.
Curr grunted.
Would you consider a discount if we were to... Would you consider a discount if we were to fully outfit him here?
Recalling Lair's special abilities, the first one was bartering. I was intrigued to see how this went, considering how poor I was. Lair smiled, his lips stretching unnaturally wide. The corners nearly touched his paper-thin earlobes.
We don't offer discounts as a general rule. However, I can see that you are someone with a discriminating taste. So, perhaps we can allow for a certain degree of play. Let me see what I can rustle up.
The elf vanished into the back room. Curr leaned over and whispered,
Elves.
As if it were some inside joke I should understand.
Elves.
As if it were some... leaned over and whispered,
Elves.
As if it were some inside joke. Why did you cut me off?
About what?
Where we were going. Ah, Curr said, placing a hand on my shoulder.
The elves are finicky. You should not act excited about a trek to their old homeland. It upsets them. Everyone knows that.
Right, yeah, of course. Sorry, I just, I am excited. Right, yeah, of course. Sorry, I just,
So that I am excited, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Right, yeah, of course. Sorry, I just am excited. Thanks for the heads up.
You couldn't last 1 minute without me.
You couldn't last 1 minute without me. You couldn't last 1 minute without me. Elves used to own the land you now stand upon, and far beyond. That can be touchy. Nope. Elves used to own the land you now stand upon. No. Elves used to own the land you now stand upon, and far beyond.
They can be touchy about the fact that your kind destroyed the woods and devastated what was left of Alandis to build Belahazia. They can be touchy about the fact that your kind destroyed their woods and devastated what was left of Alandis to build Belahazia. Get a clue?
I feel like I gotta redo that whole thing because it's all chopped up.
You couldn't last 1 minute without me. Elves used to own... You couldn't last 1 minute without me. Elves used to own the land you now stand upon and far beyond. They can be touchy about the fact that your kind destroyed their woods and devastated what was left of Islanders to build Belahazia. Get a clue? And far beyond, and far beyond. They can be touchy about the fact that your kind destroyed their woods and devastated what was left of Alandis to build Belahazia. Get a clue?
If you are excited now, wait until we are in the wilds,
Curr exclaimed.
If you are excited now, wait until we are in the wilds.
Curr exclaimed, staring off at nothing in particular. Let's try again.
If you are excited now, wait until we are in the wilds.
Curr exclaimed, staring off at nothing in particular. The elf returned, carrying an armful of gear, and set it down on the counter. Turning to me, he said, "If you would, Wellick, disrobe." I thought perhaps there would be a changing room, but the elf and Curr simply stood there, waiting. Right here?
Where else? Where else?
It would be no use to pay good money for clothing that fits poorly. It would be no use to pay good money for clothing that fits poorly. Lair said, "If you'd please. If you'd please." My gaze flitted between them, and my cheeks flushed a dark shade of red. Of course, there wouldn't be such a thing as privacy in this godforsaken world. That was also when I remembered I wasn't wearing underwear. Just like the high school locker room. I gulped. "Did you enjoy it there?" "No." And then I remembered the screen's warning. I would appear like a Wellick until I took my pants off. What did that mean? Of course, the screen stayed quiet as a church mouse. There would be no way out of this, so I turned away from them and slowly stripped down. Goosebumps rose all over as the cool air touched my bare ass. I covered up what I could.
That line, what did that mean? Can you do that more like, what did that mean?
Yeah. What did that mean? What did that mean? Pants off. What did that mean? Of course, the screen stayed quiet as a church mouse.
Okay. You are too small,
Curr said matter-of-factly. Anger swelled in me. Not everyone was blessed to be a horse! Was blessed to be a horse.
I meant you are skinny. You are lucky I bought you that stew.
Whoa. That was close. That could have been a disaster.
Is that like you got a head rush?
No, I poked my coffee cup and it sloshed around and almost spilled on my controller here.
Rookie.
Stew! To that stew! I didn't think that was what he meant. So lucky. So lucky, I muttered. Thankfully, Lair handed me the set of pants first, and I slid them on as quickly as possible. Since no one commented on what made me different from a Wellick, I assumed I'd managed to avoid being found out this soon into my life here. Not bad. The quality was so much better and softer than what I'd been wearing, which was basically a laundry sack. Lair began poking and prodding me in ways I only dreamed Trish would. I gritted my teeth and closed my eyes.
How do they fit?
He asked. You should know with all that groping. You should know with all that groping. Groping.
What was that?
Perfect. That groping.
What was that?
Perfect.
That was good. That was really solid.
What was that?
Perfect. The elf did a little bounce and clap. Clap.
I'm so pleased.
Clap.
I'm so pleased.
He handed me a tunic, and I noted it was far warmer than my other had been. It's nice, I said before he initiated his molestations again.
Yes, of course it is. Finest quality outside the capital. You'll fit right in when you get there. Apart from being a lesser.
Sir? A lesser? I scoffed. Curr gave me a warning glance. I was beginning to feel that this land was highly inhospitable toward anyone of my kind. What had I done? What had I done to be cursed? What had I done to be cursed as not only a human, or a Wellick, but a Wellick bard at that? He ignored the comment and fit me with the leather jerkin himself, tightening the straps to my comfort. I was glad, considering that until seeing it, I wasn't exactly sure what a jerkin was or how to secure it. I tapped on the toughened leather that now covered my upper torso, and felt a lot better knowing I had actual armor now. Perhaps those orcs wouldn't make such easy sport out of me after all.
Not bloody likely.
Fine time for you to chime in. I looked at Curr. What do you think?
Put the boots on already. Put the boots on already. You look foolish standing there in bare feet.
The elf handed me what must have passed for socks, and then the boots. They felt a little stiff and were heavier than modern snow boots. They felt... For some reason, when I said that, the moon boots from the 90s popped into my head.
I could change it to moon boots all you want. Did you ever have a pair of moon boots?
Bruh. I had like 2 or 3.
No.
I was like 4 or 5, man. They were the best.
That's funny.
It's the shit. No laces, nothing. They were the height of technology. They felt a little stiff and were heavier than modern snow boots.
They will, of course, loosen up as the leather gets stretched. You're in luck that they are made from... You are in luck that they are made for thinner frames. You are in... You are in luck.
Nope, starting over.
They will, of course, loosen up as the leather gets stretched. You are in luck that they are made for thinner frames. The elf said. The elf said.
Nope.
The elf said.
There we go.
Though you may still experience a small degree of unpleasantness at first, surely a man such as yourself will find it an easy thing to tolerate.
Surely. What about underwear?
An easy thing to tolerate.
Surely. What about underwear?
Those two ups sound really odd back to back.
Yeah. Let's get rid of that.
To tolerate.
Sure.
Tolerate.
Surely. What about underwear? Lair and Curr looked at each other like I'd just asked for a unicorn.
What's that now? What's that now?
The elf asked. Something to go between my... and my pants. He looked taken aback.
What is,
Hey, you want to go back here and add a bit about Crocs when he puts his boots on?
If you want.
Where does it fit?
I don't know.
They felt a little stiff. They were heavier than modern snow boots. They felt a little stiff, like a pair of new Crocs, and were heavier than modern snow boots.
They felt a little stiff and... Okay. They felt a little stiff.
Like a pair of new Crocs.
And then the boots. They felt a little... And then the boots. They felt a little stiff, like a pair of new Crocs, and were heavier than modern snow boots. Snow boots.
They will, of course.
Snow boots.
They will, of course, loosen up as the leather gets stretched.
What is
What is,
Just under the clothes for support. You know what? Never mind. Never mind.
Oh!
Oh, Lair exclaimed.
That's not a bad idea. Perhaps I'll invent something. Meanwhile, take a look at yourself. That's not a...
So I don't hate that. I don't hate that performance, but I thought I heard something in the background.
That's not a bad idea. Perhaps I'll invent something. Meanwhile, take a look at yourself.
It didn't show up. We're good. I did so, following his pointed finger to a full-length mirror. It was the first time I'd seen my reflection since I arrived. It was a strange sensation, standing there looking at myself wearing such absurd clothing. Looking at myself wearing such absurd... It was a strange sensation, standing there looking at myself wearing such absurd clothing. Though I had to admit, I looked good in a weirdo dressed up for Halloween kind of way. I strapped my scabbard around my waist and pressed my hand against the sword's pommel. Puffing out my chest, a surge of reassurance swept through me. Comfortable clothing and a weapon. It would certainly be better going into the next part of this adventure armed than not. It would certainly be better going into this... It would certainly be better going into this next part of this adventure armed than not. Oh, by the way, I just saw Ian M. Walker is in the audience right now. He will be taking the role of Garvis in this book. So, hi, Ian. Thanks for coming. And he says, just no Crocs, please.
We had to do the Crocs.
Hey, that picture, he's got, is that my mic? My old Avantone CV12 there, Ian? In your profile pic? Then not. Okay. That is most definitely an understatement. Are you always this sarcastic? Who's sarcastic? I'm simply acknowledging reality. Without a weapon, you would have died in the north. Without a weapon, you would have died in the north. You probably will still die, to be honest. But who knows? I've been wrong in the past. He says, yup. That was my mic. That's cool. I shook my head. What sort of all-seeing system thingy talked like... I shook my head. What sort of all-seeing system thingy talked like this? It didn't make any sense.
Fine-looking lad,
Curr said. That was a little Scottish.
Fine-looking lad.
Curr said. I gave the neckline of my armor a proud tug. Thank you, Curr, then whispered under my breath. At least someone appreciates it.
You are welcome.
Someone appreciates it.
You
Appreciates it.
You are welcome.
Curr turned to the elf.
All right. How much for all of this?
My heart sank. Oh yeah, that part. This was just the fitting stage of a transaction, and somehow I'd have to get all of this with only 2 gold pieces. That will be...
Oh, one last thing.
Curr interrupted Lair. Curr interrupted Lair. Curr interrupted Lair.
He needs a traveling cloak. Something he can wrap himself in for sleep.
We are fresh out of cloaks.
Lair bemoaned.
Rats,
Curr said.
I suppose we can shop elsewhere. Funny you should mention rats. Funny you should mention rats.
Nope, well, that was weird. There we go. He leaned in, eyes glinting in an oddly familiar way. I'd dealt with used car salesmen before.
You know, I do have 1 cloak left.
There we go. There we go. Here's his special sport. Damn it. There we go. Here's his special bartering skill.
This won't be good for ye. I'll make you a deal. All of this...
He swept his hand over me, indicating the clothing.
I'll give you for free. I'll give you free of a charge, and throw in a cloak of a tremendous quality, one I was intending to keep for myself, if you help me with a little problem I have in the cellar.
The cellar? I asked, not liking where this was heading.
Told ye. A shameful as it is. I have a bit of a,
Lair leaned close and pressed a hand against his mouth on one side.
rodent problem. I cannot stand rodents, and the constable refuses to hear me over such an insignificant problem. I know it's because of my ears. That'd be it.
I'm having a fun time just picturing his cattiness, his like catty posture.
I know, and you're nailing the character, so I'm perfectly happy to keep this performance. It's exactly with the Italian accent what I was incapable of doing. So maybe we'll find another little guy for me to take.
Okay. Before I could enter the conversation, Curr said,
Rats? That sounds like a great deal!
Curr said,
Rats? That sounds like a great deal!
Item obtained. Basic tunic. Defense 1. This item has no special ability. This item has no special abilities, but damn, you look like a proper adventurer. Item obtained. Basic pants. Defense 1. No more burlap scraping your sack. You can now move unhindered and unchafed. Item obtained. Boots of flying. Defense 1. Just kidding, they're just basic boots. However, they are of fine craftsmanship. This elf knows his footwear. Item obtained. Leather jerkin. Defense 4. This is a fine piece of armour. A bit of a waste on you, if you ask me. A bit of a waste on you, if you ask me. I didn't ask you.
Did you miss the just kidding line?
did I? I don't think so.
Footwear. Item obtained. Leather jerkin. Just kidding, they're just basic boots. However, they are of fine craftsmanship. That bit?
Yeah, I guess I must have missed that.
Me? I didn't ask you. New objective. Eliminate the rat infestation in the Lair cellar. Reward. You get to keep all of the items listed above. Plus, a new cloak and a new title. Lucky you. Lucky you. Cloak and a new title. Lucky you. Title. Look. Title. Lucky you.
There we go. All right, I'm going to run and grab some water. I forgot to grab water. Be right back. Relinquish, Brian.
Relinquish the owner. Yep.
Relinquish my owner. I almost died at that part yesterday. You weren't here.
I actually regret missing that.
I almost died, dude. That shit was hilarious.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Steve Show. I was supposed to do Lair. Lair was a really sort of fun character that I wrote. Rhett and I have, I think I explained this recently, but like Rhett and I have a weird way of writing books together. We both write like 100% of the book, but we do 50-50, right? So I write my portions and then he kind of works into my portions and then I do the same with his. And so different chapters are written by one or the other, but then we have sort of unmitigated ability to go in and change anything that the other person wrote. And, you know, we talk about what's changed and track changes and all of that, but the Lair chapter was mine. And I just had this like really strong vision for what the character was going to be like. And so I was going to voice him, but I struggled with thinking that my Italian was too much. My family's Italian, and so I've been around that kind of accent, and it's hard to do the Italian accent without sounding like Mario. And I think Jeff did a really great job nailing it. So we'll leave that with him. And Jesus, Jeff with the snotty nose. My God. We'll leave that character with him and see if maybe something else pops up that I can jump on. But Jeff nailed Italian Lair cock and all.
Oh man. Steve is not a voice artist per se. I mean, he does sing for some of his own stuff that he makes musically. Any other voice work you've done?
No, I mean, just having been a singer my whole life, having been a public speaker my whole life, acting has always been something that I've wanted to do, and just you can only do so many things in your life. And so whenever I have an opportunity to maybe try something, I'll take a chance, but always knowing that, like I said to you the other night, I'm like, hey, if you think somebody else do it better, somebody else, let them do it. But if there's an opportunity, I'd like to try. I say try. It's not like I've never voice acted before, but
My leg!
yeah. I did a line for Dungeon Crawler Carl, and my kids did not know that I was going to be doing it. And so I went into my vocal booth, which is soundproofed, but like not, right? Like I was screaming at the top of my lungs, and the line was, "Oh God, my leg, it blew off my fucking leg. Oh my God, please somebody help me." And I did it maybe like 4 times in a row and then sent it to Jeff. And I went and sat down at my desk, left my booth, came and sat down at my desk, and my kids come up crying because they were looking all over for me. They went outside. They thought I broke my leg or something or whatever. So that was fun. Poor kids. They're 7 and 10 or 6 and 10.
I'm sure they were horrified.
Yep.
Chapter 14. This is a crappy deal, I said, standing at the top of a musty old staircase in the back storage room of Lair's shop. Couldn't you just pay him? I'll pay you back later. I'm good for it.
With what? What we earn in
Curr asked. What we earn in Balahazia?
We are going to need as much gold as we can manage to make the trip to Balahazia.
I stared down into the darkness, imagining the scurrying rats, and worse, panic gripped me.
Can't you do it?
Danny, do you not know how simple a task slaying a few rodents would be for me? For me?
Yeah! That's why I'm suggesting it! Ding it!
Curr shook his head.
I do not need the experience like you do. Consider it practice for the orcs. You will thank me for this later.
That's doubtful.
Do you need a push? No! Do you need a push? No!
I'm fine. Just
gathering my wits. Wits.
That will take more time than we have.
Har. Very funny. I still don't understand why I have to do this alone.
If you are to survive the perils of the wild and beyond, you will need to master your blade. Your blade!
And
Your blade!
And you think I'm gonna do that stabbing rats? Rats.
No, but it is a start.
No. Okay. I keep doing that. Stabbing rats.
No, but it is a start.
Okay. You can do this. The screen remained still and quiet. I wasn't sure if that was a good sign. Nothing to say, O mighty one? Just remember which one has the pointy end. Thanks. Just as I'd gained the nerve to take my first step, Lair peered around the corner and scared the hell out of me. Oh! Oh!
No!
Oh!
No!
Oh!
No!
Do be careful. Several of them have just sprouted their wings. Nope. Several of them have just sprouted their wings. Oh!
No!
Do be careful. Several of them have just sprouted their wings. Wings? What? What?
Oh, do not be a baby. I am sure they have not developed a taste for man flesh yet.
You guys are joking, right? Wings? Rats don't have wings! Curr blinked.
Once again, I am led to contemplate where you are from, that you would say something like this.
Someplace without rats. With wings.
Seems so.
Luckily, Curr didn't pry.
Okay, down you go. Okay, down you go. Oh,
He handed me a lit torch off the wall of Lair's storage room. Item obtained. Torch.
and just remember, if the sword fails you, you could always sing them to death. Them to death.
I'm starting to reconsider this friendship. That reminds me. Take this. I'm starting to reconsider this friendship. Take this. Oops. What? Oh, that reminds me.
Death.
I'm starting to reconsider this friendship. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, that reminds me. Take this. I took the lute off and handed it to Curr. He appeared confused.
Should a bard not carry his instrument to battle? That is how it is meant to be.
I just got it. I'm not looking to break it, bumping around a dark basement. Oops. Item lost. A truly fine lute. Unique. A bard is nothing without his instrument. A bard is nothing without his instrument. But you do you, Danny boy. A bard is nothing without his instrument. But you do you, Danny boy. Do you mean pigeons? Jared asked. He's talking about the rats.
Yeah, in my mind, there's this like confusion between rats, bats, and everything else, but it doesn't get clarified ever, which is part of the fun of this whole Danny experiencing a brand new world thing. Somebody asked earlier, they said, is this supposed to mirror reality? Because people were big about layering. Only wearing 2 layers is a very modern thing. And I'm like, what reality? Does this sound like Earth at all? Like that was such a fun moment when we were writing it. Like, what if they didn't know what underwear was? Like, it's clearly they should, but what if they don't know what underwear is?
Why not? With that, I started my descent. The stairs creaked, little billows of dust rising with each step. The deeper I went, the quieter it became until the little chittering sounds of rats swelled to deafening levels. How many are there? Enough. Do they really have wings? The screen ignored that question. As I reached the bottom, the flickering torchlight revealed a roughly square-shaped room. It was damp and cold. Crates upon crates upon crates were stacked neatly to the ceiling. Nearly. Crates upon crates upon crates were stacked nearly to the ceiling. I imagined each one contained some manner of fabric or clothing. There's not a single cloak in any of these. I asked no one. Something moved swiftly to my left, and I swung the torch, only to find bare cellar floor where I'd sworn a shadow passed. My knees wobbled, sweat soaked my new clothes, and my sword, in my shaky grip, could have rung a bell had I been near one. Okay, Danny. They're just rats. You've seen rats before, just this time, you gotta kill them. And they might fly. Just this time, you gotta kill them. And they might fly. My uncle was an exterminator. He did this all the time. Once he brought me along on one of his jobs, had me spray the outside of the house with some chemical while he did something on the inside. Oh, how I'd kill for a bit of that poison right now. Then again, he died of a respiratory disease. In the corner of the room, a faint whitish blue light shone, the screen highlighting something. It was the size and shape of the biggest rat I'd ever laid eyes on. I was just lucky it was too dark to make out its features from here. Greater Street Rat. Level 3. HP 10 out of 10. Greater Street Rat. Level 3. HP 10 out of 10. The thing stared at me, and I at it.
It was a showdown of epic proportions. Okay, wait. Level? You haven't mentioned anything about that yet. What level am I?
You are a level 1. Noob.
Level 1?
If levels were years, you'd be suckling at your mother's teat.
Something rubbed up against my leg, and I turned, fast as lightning. My new boot caught whatever it was and sent it flying into a stack of crates. The boxes on the top of the pile teetered, then came crashing down on the creature.
Lesser street rat slain. You have gained +1 in unarmed combat. Your unarmed combat skill is now 4. Your unarmed combat skill is now 4. Congratulations on your first kill, even if it was an accident.
Its squeal made me stagger back, and I tripped over something, fell, and hit my head hard enough to wonder if I'd finally had my first concussion.
Oh, never mind. Cancel that extra combat points order. 3 it is. Oh, never mind. Cancel that extra combat points order. 3 it is.
Another time, I may have argued that being able to lose points wasn't fair, but I stared at the rubble atop the first thing I can ever remember killing, backing away slowly. Another time, I may have argued that being able to lose points wasn't fair, but I stared at the rubble atop the first thing I can even remember ever. Damn it. Another time, I may have argued that being able to lose points wasn't fair, but I stared at the rubble atop the first thing I can ever remember killing, backing away slowly. I guess insects count, though. And when I forgot to feed my pet hamster. So, was the rat I just killed a level 3 too?
You killed. That's rich. The rat murdered by the crates was only a level 1.
I swore. Was I capable of killing a creature 2 levels higher than me? Even a rat? I faced the greater rat and readied my sword the best I knew how. In this case, that meant placing my torch precariously on a crate and holding my weapon like Jose Canseco.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I answered honestly. I've never held a sword before. No, I answered honestly. I've never held a sword.
Have you ever watched a movie? Played a video game? That thing isn't a two-handed weapon.
I switched my grip back to one hand and cautiously started toward the bigger rat. It still just stared at me like I was no threat at all. I probably wasn't. When I was mere feet away, it bared its teeth and hissed. I jumped back and yelped. Teeth and hissed. I jumped back. Hissed. Come on, dude. Nut up! My little pep talk did nothing substantial, but I still took a tentative step and stabbed at the rat. I missed. Horribly. Nonetheless, the rat ran like a puppy from thunder. How am I supposed to kill these things? They're faster than me. They'll just keep running away.
He's not running away.
Keep running away.
He's not running away.
Before I could ask what the scream meant, the sound of dozens of tiny little feet pitter-pattered toward me. I swore again. There must have been 20 of them, all varying in size. Some were as small as normal rats, others reminded me of that Taco Bell dog. Others still were probably tall enough to ride most rides at Six Flags. I was in deep trouble. Suddenly, several of them unfolded wings, took to the air, and zoomed at me. Oh, balls! I swung wildly, unsure if my sword was even sharp enough to hurt them with a slash. I caught one on the wing, but didn't see it go down, since 3 more were gnashing their teeth in my face. I screamed. It wasn't manly. I screamed. It wasn't manly.
Listen, people are either going to love the humor that is Danny or absolutely hate him. And I don't care which one it is, because that's either one is exactly the reaction necessary for this character. He gets way more competent later on, but like for me, the beauty of like, what if I was thrown into a fantasy world? And I think that that's something that's lacking in so many books. Not to say anything bad about other books, but like, dude, I'd be like a mess. As much as I think that I'm a manly person or whatever I am, a capable person, you threw me into another world like this, and I actually had to use a sword to kill rats. You ever been around rats, Jeff?
Yes.
Like, it's not fun. It's not. They're terrifying little gnawing creatures. That anyway, I love it. That scream was so perfect.
All right, let me hear it. Let me make sure the timing's right. I screamed. It wasn't manly. Okay, good. Next, I performed a combination of karate chops that were more like slaps and flailed my sword overhead like a bimbo with her shirt off at Mardi Gras. The others were coming for me now, too. Somehow, I had the presence of mind to retrieve my torch before backstepping for the stairs. I stabbed out and felt the tip of my sword piercing soft flesh. A rat squealed, high-pitched and terrifying all at once. Street rat slain. You have gained +1 in melee weapon combat. You have gained +1 in melee weapon combat. Your melee weapon combat is now 10. I got one! Take that, mother... I got one! Take that, mother... That mother... One nipped at my leg, just above my boot. You have been hit for 2 points of damage. Ow! I turned my attention to my attacker and slashed down at it. My sword was, indeed, sharp enough to sever. Got a typo there on mine.
Fixing it.
My sword was, indeed, sharp enough to sever the beast's head. Street rat slain. Nice swing, kid. Don't get cocky. As satisfying as it was to have play-by-play updates of my exploits, having a semi-transparent screen covering my vision was quite unhelpful. Oh, I'm sorry for telling you how great you're doing. Would you like me to turn off in-battle notifications? Yes! I continued, backing away. Ian wants to hear the scream again. I do use Ableton for this, Kremno. Why the... What is that face? Wait, is that a mask?
It's a puppy.
It's a puppy.
It's a cute little puppy dog.
Yes! I continued, backing away. There was no way I could manage to kill every one of these things without sustaining serious injury myself. I had to think of something. Another one swooped down on wings. Freaking wings! Its sharp claws raked the back of my skull, and a small trickle of blood ran down my neck. Stabbing my sword straight upward, I skewered the culprit. My blade grew heavy with the weight of the flying rat, and I lowered it, allowing the rodent to slide off and onto the floor. floor.
Yeah! That could be you, bitches!
I think we need a.
See. The culprit. My blade grew heavy with the weight of the flying rat, and I lowered it, allowing the rodent to slide off and onto the floor.
Sick squelching sound.
I shouted. However, the sight of their dead brethren merely enraged the remaining rats. They all hissed in concert and charged. Several nipped at me, and I'd had enough. Not the most heroic thing I've ever done. Not the most heroic thing I'd ever done, but I turned and ran toward the stairs. I would just have to convince Curr that this was too dangerous for a lowly level 1 like me. Excuse me. When I reached the rickety steps, I noted that there was no light coming from above. Curr had shut me in. When I reached the rickety steps, I noted that there was no light coming from above. Curr had shut me in. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I rushed up. Then, placing my torch in a holder on the wall, I pounded on the door with both my free fist and the sword pommel. There was no response.
I almost want to go back to the baker scene and have him give him a donut and just have him say, "God damn it, donut."
Don't do it.
I'm not going to do it.
Don't do it. Okay. Okay. Okay, so heavy banging on door. One fist. One metal pommel. The sword pommel. Hey! There was no response. I twisted back in time to thwart a nasty bite from one of the flying ones, grabbing it by the legs as I dodged to the side. The feel of its bony little body in my grip almost made me drop it, but I held fast. Hard as I could, I whacked it against the wall. I was rewarded with a sickening crunch that told me it would no longer pose a threat to me. However, without the screen's updates, I couldn't be sure it was dead. Did I kill it? It's dead. Did I kill it? Did I kill it? Could you make up your mind? Greater flying rat slain. Fine, just tell me when things are dead. The screen blinked away, and I prepared myself to meet an onslaught of climbing rats, but there were none. They'd all gathered at the bottom of the stairs, seemingly afraid to begin the climb on such unstable wood. I guess I'm dumber than a rat. We've all been telling you that. Your intelligence is only a 4, plus 10, even after that massive bonus from the Hag's Vial. Oh yeah? I'll show you, dumb. I grabbed the torch from the sconce and descended a couple of steps, feeling one nearly break under my weight. You'd think with this elf's ability to barter, he'd be able to afford a healthy set of stairs. I glared at the rats, their eyes all gleaming red in the torchlight. With my sword, I extended as far as I could and prodded a wooden With my sword, I extended as far as I could and prodded a wooden crate at the top of a stack by the bottom of the stairs. With enough effort, it fell, though these rats were smarter than their... With enough effort, it fell, though these rats were smarter than their dead compadre and were able to get out of the way as it broke into pieces. That gave me an idea. Low intelligence. Right. Watch this. I'm on the edge of my seat. Who wants roast rat? I shouted as I tossed the torch onto the dry wood and the fabric it contained. Item lost. Torch. Immediately, the rats within its radius caught fire, the flames passing from one to another. Level 1 noob my ass, I said under my breath. Then the rats started scrambling around in circles, squealing and further spreading death to one another. It was not as triumphant as expected. Just kind of sad. They hit the torch, which rolled, causing the stairs to catch fire. It got hot fast. More rats burned, but so did the stairs. The old splintering wood went up in a magnificent roar. Shit, shit, shit! I swore, turning and climbing back to the top. I beat against the door again, shouting. Let me in! Let me in! They're all dead and... Fire! They're all dead and... They're all dead and... Fire! Let me in! Let me in! They're all dead! They're all dead and... Fire! Smoke rose in great clouds of gray and black. The stench of burning rat hair was... something else. It reached me and I began coughing and hacking. Hair was... something else. It reached me and I began coughing and hacking. Curr! I struck the door again. Let me out! Finally, the door opened, and I tumbled through. Opened, and I tumbled through. By the 7 stars! Lair cried out and ran into the other room. Curr wore a grin and was munching on something. Where did he get food?
I knew you could do it!
Where did he get food?
he get food? Food.
I knew you could do it! Do it!
He said, shoving my lute back into my gut. Item obtained. A truly fine lute. Unique. Unique. I hate you! I said, scrambling to my feet. He ruffled my hair.
No, you do not.
To my feet. He to my feet. He ruffled my hair.
No, you do not.
To my feet. He ruffled my hair.
No, you do not.
Objective completed. You have eliminated the rat infestation in the Lair cellar. That was an interesting method of extermination, but you can keep your gear. Hooray! Title unlocked. Vermin's Bane. Oh, that sounds badass. What does that mean? Bragging rights mostly. However, you now gain a +1 bonus to your combat. However, you now gain a +1 bonus to your combat skills when battling rats. Rights mostly. However, you now gain a +1 bonus to your combat skills when battling rats. So, not badass. Precisely. A moment later, Lair raced by with a bucket.
Help me, you fools!
He shouted, tossing water down the stairs. Steam hissed as he turned back to refill his bucket. New objective. Speak with Lair to claim your cloak. Rewards? Guess. I think he's a little busy. Curr grabbed Lair's arm aggressively. He wore a stern expression as he cleared his throat. He wore a stern expression as he cleared his throat.
I believe you owe Danny here a cloak.
My basement is on fire, you mindless oaf!
You missed a Lair line.
Did I?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, I missed
Throat.
the Lair line.
I missed it.
Oh, okay. That was you doing that live just now?
Yeah. Throat. What? Throat. What? What? Lair questioned.
I believe you owe Danny here a cloak.
My basement is on fire, you mindless oaf! My basement is on fire, you mindless oaf! Oh! Oh! Curr squeezed tighter and shut him up.
A deal is a deal, elf. Elf?
Curr, we can help him first.
Elf?
Curr, we can help first. I insisted.
No! Elves and their silver tongues. They must be held to their word.
Lair might have looked offended if he wasn't worried about his shop burning to the ground. Curr, seriously, this was my fault. I tugged at his arm, but it was like pulling on a block of granite. Granite? What is that word?
I tugged at his arm, but it was like pulling on a block of granite.
Oh, we can wait. I have all night. Your shop, on the other hand...
Relinquish my owner.
Relinquish my owner.
And...
All right!
Lair pulled himself free, muttering in some other language as he hurried to the front of the store. Curr looked at me and winked. I had no idea how he could be so calm. The heat radiating from the cellar was immense, even as the whole room glowed orange. Lair came running back and shoved a wrapped bundle of cloth against my stomach. It looked like it was bright red, but it was hard to tell in the fire's glow.
Objective completed. Lair gave you the promised cloak. Item obtained. Lair's elegant cloak. Unique. +1 to charisma, +1 to charisma and speechcraft while wearing. -1 to sneaking while wearing. I hope you enjoy it. Uyit. Ni uyit. Ni uyit. 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 Ni uyit.
There's too many vowels!
Night. Night.
That's about what I hear.
Night. I hope you enjoy it. Night. I hope you enjoy it. Night. Night.
Lair spat. What does that mean?
An old elvish curse for... You don't want to know.
Excellent! Excellent! Now, Danny, you should really help him put out the fire you started. Excellent! Now, Danny, you should really help him put out the fire you started.
Like, come on, dude. What are you doing?
Oh, Curr was fun. Curr is Rhett's favorite. All right, I have to duck out here for a bit. I should be
Alrighty.
back, though.
Cool.
If you want to just send me backstage, that's fine.
Alrighty. Steve will be back. Chapter 15. By the time we finished, the fire had spread across much of the cellar, completely destroying most crates of supplies. Curr helped, but only when it was clear Lair and I couldn't transport water fast enough. One thing was for certain. Not a rat, winged or otherwise, survived. I wasn't sure what Lair had lost, but he didn't give us much chance to ask. The moment the last flame was extinguished, he shoved us out the door, cursing in his... But he didn't give us much chance to ask. The moment the last flame was extinguished, he shoved us out the door, cursing in his elvish language. But I'd done what he'd asked and killed the rats. How was I to know the whole place would go up in flames? It was me or them, right? Meh. We got back outside, and a few folks were gathered around, obviously curious why smoke puffed out through the chimney and any open windows. Constable McCoy. Let's see here. Let's give it to Justin. Nope, wrong program. Oh, crap.
What's going on here?
One of them asked. He was a rotund man, completely out of shape, wearing leather armor that barely fit. On his chest was the symbol of a sun and On his chest was the symbol of a sun and moon, half of each painted all gold and red. What is that? Okay, so let's leave a note for JTJ. Constable McCoy. Fat policeman. That's what I said, Ian. I said winged. How dare you question me, sir? How dare you? Fat policeman. Ed Wing? Oh, that is not the right script. What am I doing? What is that? Not typically. But sometimes.
The fractured sun and moon, the symbol of the kingdom of Pyrune, hearkens to the light overcoming darkness. Name, Constable McCoy. Race, Willock. Male. Occupation,
Now I just see coccupation every time.
Constable, the local representative of the King's army. Special abilities. This guy can eat. This guy can eat. Weapons. 3 small daggers and an appetite for destruction.
Is that a Guns N' Roses reference?
There are no guns in Pyrune.
Is that knife here causing problems again?
Racist. Nope, I'm keeping it, Ian. I'm keeping it.
Again?
He asked. I noticed Lair watching from a window. He quickly closed the shutters. Just, an honest trade, Constable. Nope, Curr said.
Just an honest trade, Constable.
Curr said. Whether or not anyone believed him, no one questioned it. Whether or not anyone believed him, no one questioned it. Damn it. Whether or not anyone believed him, no one questioned it. Maybe it was because he looked like he could pop everyone there like pimples. Maybe it was because he looked like he could pop everyone there like pimples. Even the slovenly constable backed down almost immediately. We have cockstable? No, a coccupation. Don't be silly, Ian. There's no such thing as a cockstable. God.
I see,
he said. Occupied.
We, don't want any trouble here. No trouble,
Curr agreed.
we're just leaving, actually.
Oh no, Danny. We're just leaving, actually, I added. Constable McCoy eyed Curr from head to toe, his jowls bouncing.
Good. I mean, I hope you enjoyed your stay, Brog. I did, actually. Not as boring as usual.
The constable half grunted a response, then shambled away. If he was in charge of keeping Nahal safe, then this really must have been an unimportant village. I'm pretty sure I could have beaten him up. Doubtful. Big bad rat slayer. Shut it. Slayer, shut it. Lair, shut it.
Not as boring as usual.
The constable... As everyone dispersed, I pulled out the cloak I'd stuffed into my belt so I could help douse the fire. Now, out in the sunlight, I could tell that it was decidedly not red. The elf got his revenge. It looked like something Lady Gaga would wear. Pink. Ian. Still sounds like something up my alley. I don't know, Coxtable. I would believe you're a Coxtable, Ian, if you played that part. Pink. Not just pink, but bright pink. I didn't even think that kind of vibrant dye would be available in a place so seemingly primitive. But that goes to show how little I knew. Hanging from the clasp were long gold tassels. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. If anyone could pull off pink with gold tassels, it's you. Just channel your inner Freddie Mercury and own... Just channel your inner Freddie Mercury. Just channel your inner Freddie Mercury and you own the look. Just channel your inner Freddie Mercury and own the look. It's so you.
Looks comfortable. And warm. And what a bargain you got it for.
It's pink, I said, like he should understand the implication. Surprise, he didn't.
Why does the color matter?
He asked. I considered what I'd seen on the screen about how it took away my sneakiness, which apparently was something rated here. But, hey, it's unique and special. Think about those perks. Well, first of all, shouldn't we be more discreet or less, I don't know, flamboyant trekking through the wild with orcs and whatever around?
I hardly think they would care what you are wearing.
I held it up to my back without tying it on. I look ridiculous.
You will not think that when you are wrapped up on a cold night and survive until morning.
I think I will.
Oh, well, believe it or not, I think you are ready.
He took a deep breath of the slightly smoky air. He seemed to like it. I mimicked him and coughed a few times. He took a deep breath of the slightly smoky air. He seemed to like it. I mimicked him and... He seemed to like it. I mimicked him and coughed a few times. He seemed to like it. I mimicked him and coughed a few times.
I think you are ready.
He took a deep breath of the slightly smoky air. He seemed to like it. I mimicked him and coughed a few times. And coughed a few times.
Yes, let us leave the hall behind, Danny. Balhasia awaits.
Objective completed. You have improved your equipment. New objective. Accompany Curr to Balhasia and obtain your next quest. Reward, confidence, and the respect and admiration of tens of people. Confidence, and the respect and admiration of tens of people. Reward, confidence, and the respect and admiration. Confidence, and the respect and admiration of tens of people. Confidence, and the respect and admiration of tens of people.
Curr set off, and it was an adventure in and of itself to once again match his enormous stride. I was already tired by the time we reached the edge of the clustered buildings and entered farmland.
You are now leaving Nahal. Would you like to change your class or your appearance before you proceed?
Wait, what?
Before you set off on your first adventure, would you like to make any changes?
Like, I don't have to be a bard? Can I be a warrior? Or wait, a mage?
You'll need to be specific. And your appearance. Maybe you can replace some of that flab with abs.
Flab. I touched my stomach. The screen wasn't all wrong, but it still hurt. What should I be? Do you have any ideas?
Sure. Perhaps it would be smart if you were Sure. Perhaps it would be smart if you were I can't keep this up. You can't change anything, Danny. You are what you are.
God damn it, screen.
So, you want to be a hero? Part 2. A purpose-filled life as a purpose-filled life as a life of purpose. Current location, Pikeman's Trail.
Chapter 16. We came upon a small creek at the edge of farmland, spanned by a stone bridge. Small flowers glowed along the water like fireflies. Curr must have heard my boots stop shuffling because he turned toward me.
They match your cloak! They match your cloak! Cloak!
He exclaimed. He wasn't wrong. They were pink. Maybe that was how the dye was made?
Take one! They smell wonderful!
Right. That was just what I needed, to be seen wearing my fabulous new cloak and picking flowers. Go on! Take one, I groaned. Curr stopped.
The hall's border ends at this bridge. From here, we are in the wild. I will not continue until you pick that flower, Danny. Danny.
You're serious?
Surviving is not easy. Some plants or berries can kill you. These do not. They have minor healing properties. I already have a handful from when my previous party and I arrived. They will be instrumental in potion crafting.
He patted one of his satchels. You know how to craft potions?
Do not change the subject. Do not change.
Curr warned. I rolled my eyes and looked around. Since nobody was nearby, I did as he suggested, picking several of the vivid flowers and then shoving them deep into my pocket. Item obtained. Candentis flos ex improbi. Candentis flos ex improbi. Sex. Boy, that's a mouthful. Ooh, that's what she said. Ooh, that's what she said. I thought quickly, before the screen could beat me to it. You are so immature. May I continue? The Candentis flos ex improbi is a flower native to the region, though rare throughout the realm. They are often used in healing potions and act as beacons when darkness falls, leading to water. They are often used in healing potions and act as beacons when darkness falls. They are often used in healing potions and act as beacons when darkness falls, leading to water. They may not be torch bright, but you'll be thankful for them come nightfall. They may not be torch bright, but you'll be thankful for them come nightfall. But you'll be thankful for them, come nightfall. They may not be torch bright, but you'll be thankful for them come nightfall. They may not be torch bright, but you'll be thankful for them come nightfall. They may not be torch bright, but you'll be thankful for them come nightfall. You have gained +1 in herbalism. Your herbalism is now 4. Your herbalism is now 4. Your herbal... 4? When did I gain the first 3? Congrats! You are now a level 2 bard. You're no longer a complete drain on society. Now you're akin to a lifetime politician or a vegan. Oh, or someone who does CrossFit and needs everyone to know they do CrossFit. Maybe you'll get through a day without screwing everything up. But probably not. Now you're akin to a lifetime politician or a vegan. Oh, or someone who does CrossFit and needs everyone to know they do CrossFit. Maybe. I staggered a bit. A burst of energy rushed through me, like I'd just taken an EpiPen shot of adrenaline. Like I'd just taken an EpiPen shot of adrenaline. I don't know how to pronounce. Is it EpiPen or EpiPen? I don't know. How it's. I never used that word before. EpiPen or EpiPen? Anybody got suggestions? Epi. Okay. Like I just take a burst of energy rushed through me, like I'd just taken an EpiPen shot of adrenaline after being stung by a bee. Then came a cool wave. It was like the perfect high. The sensation was intense, but fleeting. I had to take a few breaths to settle myself. Wait, level 2? From picking a flower? Oh, right, herbalism. Good call.
They are often used in healing potions and act as beacons when darkness falls. They may not be torch bright. You have Candentis flos ex improbi is a flower native to the region. You have gained +1. Congrats!
Where is that?
You are so immature. May I continue?
The Candentis flos ex improbi is a flower native to the region, though rare throughout the realm. Wait, what?
They are often used in healing potions and as beacons. They are often, or they may not be torch bright, but you'll be thankful for them come nightfall. You have gained
+1 in herbalism. Your herbalism is now 4.
You have gained +1 in herbalism. Your herbalism is now 4.
4? From picking a flower?
Don't be so judgmental. It all adds up. There are herbalists who could defeat you in seconds. Don't be so judgmental. It all adds up. There are herbalists who could defeat you in seconds. Be so judgmental. It all adds up. There are herbalists who could defeat you in seconds.
Okay, enough is enough, screen. I need some answers. What's all this level and skill stuff about exactly? And no excuses. I'm smart enough to handle it. With that accent, it sounds like the horrifying baby of a hairball and botulism. Herbalism.
Who could defeat you in seconds.
Okay, enough is enough, screen.
Seconds.
Okay, enough is enough, screen. I need some answers. What's all this level and skill stuff about exactly? And no excuses. I'm smart enough to handle it. I'm smart enough to handle it.
Fine. Pyrune is no different from your world. On Earth, you progress through life gaining skills and attributes. Attributes. On Earth, your progress through life gaining skills and attributes. On Earth, you progress through life gaining skills and attributes. However, here, they are represented by a numeral system. However, here they are represented by a numeral system with tangible rewards for progress. However, here they are represented by a numeral system with tangible rewards for progress. Because of your skill increases so far, you have improved to level 2. That isn't good, but it's better than a 1, whereas before you found yourself winded. Whereas before you found yourself winded from the walk out of town, you should now not only feel better, but be capable of much longer journeys. With each new level, your health, with each new level, your health, stamina, and, if you are attuned with any magical abilities, mana regenerate to 100%. You can also apply +1 to the attribute of your choosing. Attribute. You can also apply +1 to the attribute. You can also apply +1 to the attribute of your choosing. Percent. You can also apply +1 to... I have magical abilities? Once I saw that, it was hard to focus on anything else. No. Pay attention. I said F. Say the 0 mana. As a bard, you will learn to alter the world through song. As a bard, you will learn to alter the world through song. As a bard, you will learn to As a bard, you will learn to alter the world through song. As a bard. Like Michael Jackson. Hopefully. Nothing like Michael Jackson. Hopefully, nothing like Michael Jackson. Nothing like Michael Jackson. Hopefully, nothing like Michael Jackson. Hopefully, nothing like Michael Jackson. I meant that his music changed the world. Perhaps, but I mean truly alter the world. Through song, you can inspire warriors in battle, convince people to change their minds when they've made a decision you are unhappy with, and more. That seems wrong. It is all in the way you look at things. Suppose Lair refused to give you that glorious cloak. You look positively radiant, by the way. Yeah, thanks. Had he chosen not to give you the cloak, if you knew the right song and had the skill to perform it up to snuff, you could have played it and had a chance at changing his mind. However, it's not like you're forcing them. The song simply encourages them to rethink their decision and potentially see things from a different angle. And how do I learn that song? It's one of the sheets you stole from Garvis the halfling. Oh no! It's one of the sheets you stole from Garvis the halfling. How do I learn them? Simply play them when your skill and level are high enough. Simply play them when your skill and level are high enough. How does one learn it? Simply play them when your skill and level are high enough. How does one learn anything? Practice makes perfect. Then again, you are sort of stupid. Practice makes perfect. Then again, you are sort of stupid. I don't like it. Simply play them when your skill and level are high enough. How does one learn anything? Practice makes perfect. Then again, you are sort of stupid. This makes perfect. Then again, you are sort of stupid. I knew you were being too nice.
You come and go what?
Curr asked, looking at me with his head tilted like I had 3 eyes.
It is just a flower.
He did steal it from Ian. That's why he's playing this role, to get revenge. Just a moment. Catching my breath.
We have barely begun our journey, and you are already tired? Ed?
I just need a minute, okay? I snapped. I didn't mean to, but so much was being thrown at me so fast. Curr shrugged.
Ed?
I just need a minute!
Ed?
I just need a minute, okay? I snapped.
Ed?
I just need a minute, okay? I snapped.
I have to relieve my bladder anyway.
Curr threw his hands up and walked over to the stream.
Better here than where something might pop out and grab your...
Please don't say it! I cut him off. Things were scary enough here compared to my old life. Please don't say it! I cut him off. While Curr made a racket undoing his belt, I turned away and thought about what the screen said. I didn't have time here to practice any sheet music, and if I dared play while on the road, Curr might be liable to break another of my things. I made a mental note to do it as soon as I had a quiet moment. If ever. Who are you asking, Bill Underbridge? Do we have Germans in the audience? I'd love to hear a German try and do an American accent. Okay, so I'm level 2 and basically useless. But what about the normal skills? How do I get better? Every time you use a skill or an ability related to certain skills, you get a little better. Once you've used it enough, it progresses to the next level. Those points passively work toward new abilities and better performance. Those points passively work toward new abilities and better performance. Oh, Ian, he called you Irish. Dude. English, Irish, pretty much the same thing, right? Pretty much. Petarders. What? Henry Lanewind says, a German fake American accent is very funny. It's more or less a standard accent they developed for film and TV in the 50s, but it doesn't sound anything like the real deal. Dude, if you have an example, please put a link in the chat. I would love to hear it. And everyone knows this? I never said that. To most people, they experience life here in Pyrene in a similar fashion to how you used to on Earth. I never said that. I never said that. To most people, they experience life here on Pyrene in a similar fashion to how you used to on Earth. I'm deeply appreciative of anyone who questions my accent abilities. Specifically if they have good, especially if they're a reliable source. Like if they're native to the accent that I'm wanting to perform. Bill Underbridge. As a man with a speech impediment, I'll throw stones out of spite. I love that. Thank you, Bill Underbridge, for being an awesome guest. Yeah, anyway. I love the criticism. Thank you. All right, awesome. Thank you, Henry. He says, I need to search. I can't think of any movie that has it, and that's online right now. If I find something after the stream, I'll post it on Discord. Awesome. Thank you.
And how you used to on Earth. To most people, they experience life here on Pyrene in a...
One more time.
I never said that. To most people, they experience life here in Pyrene in a similar fashion to how you used to on Earth.
So no levels.
They still have them, but have no idea what their level is.
Is there a way for me to see it all? Can you show me all my skills and abilities and stuff?
The screen changed and a long list appeared. Name, Daniil Kendrick.
Okay, stop there. I don't get what my... Okay, stop there. I don't get why my name... Fuck. Okay, stop there. I don't get why my name changed here. A fantasy Scottish like, yes. That's as best. That's as well as I can do with Scottish. It's like one of my favorite ones to try to do. My name changed here. It's Dwarven, yes. Thank you, Kremno.
Your name didn't change.
My name changed here.
Your name didn't change.
My name is Danny, not Daniil.
Have you ever seen your birth certificate? Have you ever seen your birth certificate?
Neil.
Have you ever seen your birth certificate?
I thought about it and realized... No.
Your father was blitzed out of his mind when he filled it out. Your father was blitzed out of his mind when he filled it out. Spelled Daniel wrong. Your legal name is Daniil. Your father was blitzed out of his mind. Your father was blitzed out of his mind when he filled it out. Out. Your father was blitzed out of his mind when he filled it out. Spelled Daniel wrong. Your legal name is Daniil. Your legal name is Daniil.
I didn't even know how to respond. But you need to use your legal name for, like, the IRS and stuff. My mother told me I was legally named Daniel Kendrick.
Better not get audited.
Daniel Kendrick.
Better not get audited.
The saddest part was I wasn't even that shocked. My dad had always been some level of wasted as I was growing up.
As I was showing you before, this got all emo. Hair. Here is your character sheet. Here is your character sheet. Emo. Here is your character sheet. Name, Daniil Kendrick. Male. Level, 2. Class, Bard. Health, 110. Stamina, 69. 69.
Nice.
69.
Nice.
69.
Nice.
Mana, 0. Defense, 3, +7. Attack damage, 3 to 7. Attributes, 1 point to assign. Strength, 11. Constitution, 16. Intelligence, 4, +10. Wisdom, 9. Dexterity, +13, +10. Charisma, 14, +11. Courage, 15. Luck, 33. Skills. Melee weapon combat, 10. Ranged combat, 8. Unarmed combat, 3. Shields, 3. Singing, 14, +10. Instrument playing, 16, +10. Herbalism, 4. Alchemy, 6. Pickpocketing, 9. Bartering, 6. Speechcraft, 11, +11. Camping, 1. Snaking, 3, -1. Crafting. Crafting, smithing, leatherworks, magic skills, not applicable. Special abilities, undiscovered. 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 Titles. Titles, petty thief, vermin's bane. Inventory, a truly fine lute, unique. Basic pants, basic tunic, boots, leather jerkin, Lair's elegant cloak, Candentus Floss X Improbi, 6. Iron short sword, unidentified sheet music, GP, 2. Wait, I don't have any special abilities? Even the halfling had special abilities. I didn't really understand what any number actually translated to, performance-wise, but that part I grasped. You have yet to discover yours, if you ever do. Encouraging. I'll be honest, I think I preferred living without knowing exactly how bad I am at everything. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Now this is really turning into a My Chemical Romance concert. Oh, wow. Now this is really turning into a My Chemical Romance concert. You won't always be so tragic, I promise. But you really should stop wasting time and start making your mark on the world. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Now this is really turning into my... What are you applicabling at me for, Ian? Oh, wow. Now this is really turning into a My Chemical Romance. Applicable? Music. GP. Lair's elegant cloak. Candentus. Truly fine lute. Undiscovered. Titles. Petty thief. Speechcraft. 11. I don't know, man. Let's see. Let's look it up.
Applicable.
Applicable, huh?
Applicable.
I hate that. I hate that word. Special abilities. Undiscovered. 3. A truly fine lute. Vermin's bane. Crafting. Smithing. Leatherworks. Magic skills. Not applicable. Special ability. Magic skills. Not applicable. Special abilities. Discovered. special abilities. Making your mark on the world.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Now this is Now this is really turning into a My Chemical Romance concert. You won't always be so tragic, I promise. But you really should stop wasting time and start making your own mark on the world. But you really should stop wasting time and start making your mark on the world. Promise. I promise. But you really should stop wasting time and start making your mark on the world. Now, that was the first good thing the screen had said in a while. Seeing my lack of abilities sucked, but it was a kick in the ass. Maybe if my parents had done that when I was young, I'd have focused on school instead of the band. School has grades, Danny. It is basically the same.
You're the worst.
Now, if you'd like to be a bit better, you still have one unassigned attribute point to assign. Would you like to use it now?
Attribute point? What in the world does that mean?
It's like feeding oatmeal to a toddler. Attribute points are used to increase your overall ability scores. If you were to choose charisma, it would increase your force of personality, force of will, persuasiveness, personal magnetism, ability to lead, and physical attractiveness.
Physical attractiveness, huh?
Of course, that's all you'd cling to. Of course, that's all you'd cling to.
I don't want to make a hasty decision.
Oh, wait. That was a decision beyond your natural inclinations. Your wisdom attribute has increased by 1. Your wisdom is now 10.
Promise? Sounded Welsh?
Now this is really terrible. You won't always be so tragic, I promise. But you
That sounded Welsh.
Promise. I don't know how it sounded Welsh. How? I don't know how it sounded Welsh. 10.
You know who I've been listening? So the person I'm most imitating with this accent is Count Dankula. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. But there's another Scotsman I've been listening to a lot lately named Mark Millar. He's a comics writer. He wrote Kick-Ass and Wanted and Jupiter's Legacy and what else has been made into movies that you guys might have heard of? Yeah, good old Dankula. Fuck, what else has he written that you guys might have heard of? Oh, I think he wrote Civil War for Marvel. Captain America Civil War. Where is it? Yep, Mark Millar. Ah, you finished 8 Billion Genies. You liked it? That's cool.
10. My brain swam from everything I'd just learned. Enough was enough. It was time to go. If I kept moving, I might not have a mental breakdown. All right, Curr, I'm ready! I turned and caught a glimpse of way too much as he was getting his pants and belt secure. I had no idea how it took him so long to pee, but man, that was scarring to my ego.
And I am properly trained. Are you sure you do not want to relieve yourself?
After what I just witnessed? No way. Man, did I miss bathrooms. And urinals. Paved roads wouldn't be bad either. The moment we crossed the bridge, the roads went from cobblestone to basically rough dirt. Oh, and deodorant. Curr was upwind and... yeah, deodorant. Top of the list. All right, Kremno. Thank you for crying at my absence. It is a trip hearing you wish... Do you mean your wish is the perfect one? Okay, guys. Short bathroom break. I will be back.
I back, guys. I back. How's everybody doing? Chapter 17. Let the walking commence. I was bored already, and we'd only traveled a few miles or so from the hall. You haven't. It's only been 15 minutes. You haven't. It's only been 15 minutes. That doesn't sound right. Does time move differently here? No. You just have the attention span of a gnat. So, what was the so about? You just have the attention span of a gnat.
Out of the way!
Span of a gnat.
Out of the way! Out of the way!
Oops. Oh, man. I've had my air conditioner vent open this whole time. That sucks.
Out of the way! Out of the way!
The gnat.
Out of the way!
Someone shouted. Finally, some excitement. I glanced back and saw a horse galloping down the road, straight toward us. Tensing, I reached down for my sword. Curr stopped me, kindly taking me by the sleeve and pulling me aside. We let the horse race by. The rider looked to be wearing... Oh, how you guys were doing. Got it. You're doing so-so. Got it. The rider looked to be wearing a... The rider looked to be wearing a Pyrrhunian cloak of some sort, as the back bore the kingdom's emblem. Pyrrhunian? Is that right?
Nod.
You
do not want any problems with the king's men. Trust me. Men,
Curr said.
trust me.
I didn't bother to ask exactly what he meant by that, but I agreed. I thought his armies didn't patrol Pikeman's Trail.
That's not patrolling. They ride these roads like any other. He is probably delivering a message to Balahassia.
Why didn't we get horses? Why didn't we get horses? That looks fast.
Me? On a horse? We Brogs only ride tantours, great beasts for great warriors. There are no steeds in these parts which could support my size. There are no steeds in these parts which could support my size.
Well, what about me?
You cannot afford a horse, Danny.
Couldn't we have rented, like, a carriage or something then? As the screen had so kindly pointed out, we'd barely started walking, and already I knew that doing this for 3 days was going to be dreadful.
A carriage. A carriage. It is as if you would like to be slaughtered by orcs. A carriage. It's as if you would like to be slaughtered by orcs, riding through on a cart which may be filled with food. They would not ignore us. We would require a much larger party. Party.
They won't ignore us anyway, will they? Curr shrugged.
You are skinny. They might pass on such a small morsel.
You always know the right thing to say.
In this case, morsel.
You always know the right thing to say.
In this case, your puny size is also your advantage.
The right thing to say.
In this case, your puny size is also your advantage. Better chance we escape their notice. There are a lot of them in this region, especially the closer we get to the masked mountains. We will need to be on our guard at all times, or else they will catch us unawares, and that will not be good.
Oh, thanks, Bill. Appreciate it. Come back anytime. See you soon. I don't like the idea of ending up as orc food. Curr waved a hand.
Oh, they won't eat you. Orcs hate whelk meat. Meat.
But you said earlier they liked Wellick flesh.
Meat.
But you said earlier they liked Wellick flesh.
No,
Curr said, shaking his head.
Goblins like whelk flesh. Goblins like whelk flesh. Orcs will gut us and then sell our meat and carcasses to goblins and worse.
I felt like a gobstopper got stuck in my throat. You're not being serious now.
I am always
Serious now.
I am always serious. Orcs can dress a relic in mere seconds. They simply cut from neck to testicles and rip out the insides. Very efficient at that sort of activity, orcs are. Very efficient at that sort of activity, orcs are. Rip out the insides. Very efficient.
So Wellicks do have nuts. Curr stopped to assess me, concern making his features marking. Curr stopped to assess me, concern marking his features.
Excuse me?
My face reddened. I said, some Wellicks are nuts, meaning anyone who traveled this road without proper protection by their side. Like you. At that, Curr beamed with pride.
It is good you remember how strong I am.
Even I must admit that was good,
As a reward, take +1 to speechcraft. Your speechcraft is now 12, plus 11. Plus 11.
Not charisma?
Charisma as an attribute, not a skill. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Not only are you getting greedy, but that was not very wise. Not only are you getting greedy, but that was not very wise. Penalty. -1 to wisdom attribute for 24 hours. -1 to wisdom attribute for 24 hours. -1 to wisdom attribute for 24 hours.
What? You're kidding. I just got that. Now that I understood the importance of these stupid numbers, that stung. The screen didn't respond. I'd never understand this blasted system. So what, did I just get smarter and then dumb again?
Wisdom and intelligence are not the same thing, Daniil.
I was so annoyed I could have growled, but I kept quiet while Curr adjusted the axe on his back and picked up his pace.
It would be best not to think about orcs for now.
He doesn't know you very well, does he? Neither do you. Even as I thought that, I didn't believe it. The screen seemed to know more about me than The screen seemed to know more about me than even I did. Heck, it claimed to know my legal name, which I'd spent my entire lifetime ignorant of. So, is this all you do? I asked Curr as we crested a small hill. How could he go so long without needing to do something? Was this life before cell phones?
Is what all I do?
Travel around, doing jobs for people, like clearing out rats from basements. Well, basements? Basements?
Well, I have not performed a task that demeaning for quite some time.
Because you're such a high level? I asked, fishing for some kind of insight into the way the system worked here in Pyrune. Curr just stared at me blankly as we walked.
I do not know what that means. If you mean that I hold rank with the Fighters Guild, then yes, Lords of Adventurers typically desire my assistance in seeking out treasures.
So it was true. I guess I was the only one seeing something like the screen. The only one being told about levels and skills.
Wow, you really don't trust me?
Not one bit. Sure, yeah, that's what I meant, I said to Curr. He grunted.
The Fighters Guild is a great resource for brogs like me who have not been conscripted to the King's army to find work.
Brogs fight for the king?
Everyone fights for the King. Do not mistake it. While we used to be a proud people in Hofrost, the Velic Wars changed everything. I do not wish to discuss such depressing topics.
This King Shurdaloon had forces able to take down a whole nation of people like Curr, Fargus, and Volna? That surprised me. We went on walking a few minutes longer before another question popped into my head. So, where do you keep all the treasures you find? All he had. So, where do you keep all the treasures you find? All Curr had was his bags and travel gear, which could admittedly hold a lot considering the size of them and him, but nothing about it screamed treasure hoard. His face grew dark and scary as he spun on me.
What do you know about my treasures?
spun on me.
What do you know about my treasures?
I stammered and held my hands up placatingly. Nothing, really. I just know you and your old party were talking about it. And with all that work, I just figured you must have a lot. That's all. That's all.
Mind your thoughts, Danny.
That's all.
Mind your thoughts, Danny. You might give a brog reason to believe you are after more than you claim.
Yeah, Danny. What are you thinking of? Yeah, Danny. What? Are you thinking of pickpocketing him too? You are such a prick. I swallowed. I swear, I'm just curious. This adventuring lifestyle, it's all new to me. I swallowed. I swear, I'm just curious. This adventuring lifestyle, it's all new to me.
Clearly.
Curr's gaze narrowed as if he were testing what I'd say. Then he looked away.
Clearly.
Curr's gaze narrowed as if he were testing what I'd say. Then he looked away. Crap.
I have
Then he
found
looked away.
I have found it is better not to keep all of one's belongings in a single place. Only take with you as much as you think you will need and stash the rest somewhere only you can access. That has been my way ever since I can remember. I have found it is better not to keep all of one's belongings in a single place. Only take with you as much as you think you will need and stash the rest somewhere only you can access. That has been my way ever since I can remember.
That's smart.
I know it is, and do not ask where. I will not tell you.
At the very least, his tone for that last request was a command. I wasn't used to anybody being as straightforward as Curr, which was admittedly kind of nice. People back in my world always seemed like they were up to something. Everyone had ulterior motives. Imagine if you found out you've been lying to... Imagine if he found out you've been lying to him about where you're from. Imagine if he found out you've been lying to him about where you're from. As much as I hated this screen, it was right. Curr had proven to be rather big on honesty and integrity and all that. And here I was, his traveling companion, and I was holding back the truth on something he might consider a big deal. It was just... How does one tell someone they are from... It was just... How does one tell someone they aren't from their world? New objective. Find a way to come clean and tell Curr the truth about where you're from. Reward? The weight will be lifted off your shoulders. Permanent +1 to courage. Permanent +1 to courage. Permanent +1 to courage. Ooh. Sorry, screen.
That reward juice does... Oof. Sorry, screen. That reward juice doesn't... Fuck. Oof. Sorry, screen. That reward juice doesn't seem to be worth the squeeze. Chapter 18. We kept at it for what felt like 1,000,000 miles, the weight of potential consequences adding even more to the burden I bore. Walking on asphalt or sidewalks was one thing, but out here in the wild, my back felt like a rhino used it as a trampoline. You have walked almost 15 miles. You will require sustenance soon to recuperate and regain stamina. Recuperate? You will require sustenance soon. You will require sustenance soon to recuperate. Recuperate. You will require sustenance soon. You will require sustenance soon to recuperate and regain stamina. I recommend food, drink, and sleep. Have you learned nothing from your previous objectives? Gee, thanks. That is a real shock about the food. The grumbling in my stomach couldn't possibly have tipped you off, could it? I'm only informing you, so you don't. I'm only informing you, so you don't forget. I shook my head, and the screen vanished. I tried asking Curr more questions as night neared, hoping to find an opening to confide in him, but it was largely a waste of time. He kept us moving at a brisk pace and didn't want to talk much for... He kept us moving at a brisk pace and didn't want to talk much after I'd stupidly inquired about his secrets. Not that I had much left in my lungs to talk. The road had steadily inclined, and it wasn't just the exertion of going uphill. The air got thinner as we traveled to higher altitudes. I had to focus on my breathing. Uphill, the air got... Going uphill, the air got... So instead, I tried to make more sense of the screen. I could toggle it on by asking a question inside my head, but beyond that, I didn't know what its capabilities were aside from keeping track of mundane stuff and insulting me. They didn't make me especially glad for its presence, but then again, perhaps it had other aspects to it that would end up coming in handy. Like an Apple Watch I could never take off. The sun started to set behind the trees to our west. Well, maybe it was our west. I was still using my old world preconceptions. Curr stopped so suddenly I nearly bumped into his back. He glanced skyward.
We will need to make camp soon.
My legs started to throb now that we'd slowed. The beginnings of a cramp stung in my left calf. I could also feel hot spots on my feet that foretold blisters from breaking in my new boots. New objective. Make camp. Reward? A camp. I already have an objective. You will, over the course of any given time, have multiple objectives, just like in your old world. Just like in your old world. Just like in your old world. Just like in your old. Later, Ian. Just like in your old world, you may need to go grocery shopping and sleep. Just like in your old world, you may need to go grocery shopping and sleep. Choices are hard. Also, it's too bad you can't go grocery shopping. Hunger level, famished. Where? I asked Curr. Rocky grasslands stretched to one side, and to the other, a forest. Not too dense this close to the road, but the vegetation thickened deeper in front.
Not too dense this close to the road, but the vegetation thickened deeper in. Not too dense this close to the road, but the vegetation Not too dense this close to the road, but the vegetation... Damn it. Not too dense this close to the road, but the vegetation thickened deeper in from what I could see. Curr eyed me.
Have you never slept in the woods under the stars? Have you never slept in the woods under the stars? A bard who has never made camp. That is strange.
Now I felt stupid. As well it should have. As well you should. As well it should have. As well it should. Just tell him he misunderstood. Or use this opportunity to make the objective and tell Curr the truth. As well you should. You should. Just tell him he misunderstood. Or use this opportunity to make the objective and tell Curr the truth. No, Curr, I think you misunderstood my question.
Oh, so I am just a dumb brog, unable to comprehend such intricacies as the common tongue.
What? No, I didn't mean that at all.
We will stop here. Perhaps you should build the campfire, since I am so stupid. We will stop here. Perhaps you should build the campfire, since I am so stupid.
He swept his hand around, observing the giant trees to the right of the road. I spotted what looked like close-packed pines, a few oaks, and maybe some maples as well. That is, if they were the same species as back in my world. I knew it wasn't the right time to tell him about Earth, but I hadn't started a fire since Boy Scouts. So instead, I asked, won't fire attract the attention of certain parties we don't want to attract? Curr ignored me. Wow, I'd really pissed him off asking about his riches and questioning his intellect, even by accident. Not a day in, and I'd already discovered 2 of his sore spots. How much longer before I said the wrong thing and he crunched my spine? Or if he finds out what you aren't saying. Curr, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean any offense. I'm just not a very good bard at the moment. That's all. I haven't had many adventures. I'm a fraud. Is that what you want to hear? Many adventures. I'm a fraud. Is that what... Fraud. Is that what you want to hear? Is that what you want to hear? It sucked to say out loud. If he could have heard me shred out some red-hot chili peppers. But no, I was stuck with an ancient instrument I had no idea how to play. Curr grunted, still focused on where our campsite would go, most likely. Then he said,
Fire also keeps other creatures of the night away.
I was relieved when his demeanor changed. What other creatures? He gave me another of his patented side eyes, which were happening a lot more recently. Exasperatedly, he started ticking off fingers.
Wolves, wraiths, vampires, harpies, lichens, basilisks, bluecaps, redcaps, kobolds, satyrs, nymphs, that sort. Orcs and goblins may be most common here, but it is always a good idea to be on the lookout.
So... My throat went dry, no longer relieved about anything. The fire keeps those things away? Curr wobbled his hand back and forth.
Well, perhaps. They will linger on the fringes of the firelight. They are opportunists, mostly. Were you to get hot in the middle of the night and roll just a bit too far, they would grab you, drag you away, and do their worst to you.
I'm not sleeping tonight.
Relax. I will take first watch, and you can rest knowing Curr is here.
No, did it again.
Worst to you.
I'm not sleeping tonight. His eyes narrowed then.
Just make sure you do not fall asleep while you watch over me. That would be a bad thing indeed.
I won't. I shook my head adamantly. My stomach grumbled. Hunger level? Dangerous. You will soon become lightheaded from low blood sugar. What about food? I asked, hopeful. Curr patted one of his pouches.
I have some travel rations. Not the most delicious of meals, but enough to sustain us.
Just talking about food had my stomach growling even more. I had no idea what sort of rations Curr might have been carrying, but I didn't really care. I just wanted to sit and rest in front of a fire, chew away on something edible, have some water, and then roll up in my pink cloak to sleep. Which, at least in the dark, wouldn't look so ridiculous. Sure, this hadn't been a very exciting adventure yet, but walking 15 miles was farther than I'd ever walked in my whole life. Maybe even combined. I missed my beat-up old... I missed my beat-up old Dodge Dart. I even missed Uber.
Maybe you can start a carriage service here after you're rich. Maybe you can start a carriage service here after you're rich. After you're rich. Maybe you can start a carriage service here after you're rich. Maybe you can start a carriage service here after you're rich. Maybe you can start a carriage service here after you're rich.
If I'm stuck here long enough to be able to do that, just kill me.
I'm certain one of the beasts Curr listed will take care of that first.
Curr led us into a copse or copse.
Cops.
Copse. Probably not, Mr. Jenner. It's cops. I think it should be copes, Carrie, like you said. Like the po-po, correct. But no, unfortunately it is cops.
Care of that first.
Curr led us into a copse. Curr led us into a copse of pine trees. The sweet scent seemed to reinvigorate me, at least for a moment. The closest branches above us were a good 20 feet away, and Curr studied them before nodding in judgment. Problem was, there were no glowing flowers in the area. It was dark. Really dark. Curr pointed at the high branches.
It will keep us hidden and dry if it rains, but they are high enough that the flames will not set them alight. I will start the fire. You have started enough infernos today. You have started enough infernos today. Today?
He laughed to himself as he set his packs down, and after clearing a space for a campfire and gathering enough dry tinder, he drew out a tinder box. He had it smoking within a minute. That would have taken me all night. Objective completed. You have made camp. Not really, but I guess it counts. Reward? A camp! I guess he'd forgiven me. Thank God. I didn't want to explain how I could possibly not know how to start a campfire. At least not yet. Tack, tock, tack, tock. Soon a small flame crackled. Even just seeing the hint of it warmed me and mitigated the threat of darkness that had been creeping up around us. I grabbed some of the branches and started piling them up.
Good idea. We will not want the fire going out at any point tonight. That is, unless you feel like fighting again so soon.
Between rats and halflings, I'd had my fill of fighting. I'll pass.
Then keep piling up the branches. I will scout the area and ensure there are no caves. I will scout the area and ensure there are no caves to be aware of where orcs or goblins could hide. Or worse, cuddle bears. Cuddle bears. Cuddle bears.
A laugh slipped through my lips. Cuddle bears? That sounds like something a kid begs Santa for at Christmas.
I do not know what any of that means, but cuddle bears are not to be trifled with, Danny. Their name derives from the manner in which they squeeze their victims just to brink of death. Their name derives from the manner in which they squeeze their victims just to the brink of death before eviscerating them and eating their insides while they yet live.
My stomach turned over.
Oh. You really should stop judging things by their names, Danny. It's hurtful. It's hurtful.
Curr stopped. Oh, and I hope you are not bashful. If you need to piss, you had better be able to do it within the range of firelight. I would not suggest even heading off behind a tree to do your business.
I frowned. What about if I have to do more than pee? What about if I have to do more than pee? Curr grunted.
Do it now or hold it until the morning. Otherwise, it may well be your last.
I nodded. Let me guess. Orcs are attracted to the smell of wellick poop?
Tartan's tusks, no. Not even they are so repulsive.
Good to know, thanks. Curr headed off, and I got to work stacking more wood by the small fire. I wondered if he was going to make it any bigger, but if he did, we'd go through the supply of wood faster. But if he did, we'd go through the supply of wood faster. The trick, I supposed, was to find a happy medium between a suitable fire to keep the bad things away and having enough wood to make it through the night. A crunch of twigs in the woods caught my attention. I suspected Curr was doing his check around the perimeter, but it unnerved me. I rose, which was when I heard a shriek and the sound of steel. Staring off into the trees, now dense with shadows and darkness, I couldn't see much. Curr? I said warily. No answer. I slowly shifted my hand to the grip of my short sword, as if I knew how to use it. Hit them with the pointy end, as the screen had reminded me, was about the extent of my knowledge. Orcs and goblins, or worse, wouldn't be as simple as killing rats, and even that was a challenge. Flying rats. Who'd have thought? I drew the sword, hoping against hope that I wasn't going to have to use it. Curr? I repeated. I still got no response and edged a bit closer to the fire, aware that my legs were shaking. That was when I heard something. Music? Aware that my legs were shaking. Damn it, I did it again. Music? I whipped around. Saw nothing. Curr? Is that you? Or you? As what, me? I'm just quietly anticipating watching you use that sword again. It was so entertaining last time. The music! It was all around me. The music! It was all around me. Short staccato notes played softly and in a somewhat ominous melody. There is no music, Danny. Was I losing it? And where was Curr? Surely he couldn't have been ambushed so quickly and easily. Could he have? I felt a little silly holding my short sword out in front of me, but after another crunch in the woods to my right, I raised it higher. Pivoting, I aimed the blade at the sound. Curr! The music started to speed up and grow louder. Another crunch to my left spun in that direction. Another crunch to my left spun me in that direction. What the hell is going on? I believe it might be your first. I believe it might be your first. Nope. A lute and flute day. Was there a flute? Oh, that's right. It was, what's his name? It was Garvis who brought out the flute, right? I will definitely, if you guys want, I can stream myself playing the lute, but it's a hard instrument to play and it may be frustrating to watch. I don't know. I believe it might be your first encounter with something more dangerous than a drunken halfling. I believe it might be your first encounter with something more dangerous than a drunken halfling. Leaves rustled, and the music got more intense. Get back! I whirled toward the sound and swung my sword with all my might. With each swing, a sharp, musical crescendo struck. I swung again, but the torque took me a little too far as I hit nothing but air and lost my balance. I nearly toppled into the fire. No news on Eternal Dominion right now, Molvis. Sorry. Molvis.
Watch yourself, puny companion,
Curr said, stepping out from behind a thicket with a grin.
Watch yourself, puny companion.
Curr.
Watch yourself, puny companion,
Curr said.
You could poke an eye out.
A wave of relief washed over me. Simultaneously, that infernal music quieted until I couldn't hear it at all. Oh my God. You had me scared shitless. Oh my God. You had me scared shitless.
Sorry about that. But hey, at least now you will not have to relieve yourself in the middle of the night.
Huh?
For you are without shit? You said it yourself.
Huh?
For you.
Huh?
For you are without shit? You said it yourself.
yourself. Where were you?
Ah, yes, we had a visitor. But fear not, I have taken care of it.
A visitor. I stopped when I noticed a body Curr dragged behind him. It was short, covered in bumpy gray skin with a weird sort of oily fur loincloth around its waist. What in the world? I asked. Curr let the clawed foot he was holding drop to the dirt.
That, Danny the Bard, is a goblin. And more importantly, it is dinner.
New chapter. I think I have to go refill my water, though. My water, though. I'll be right back. Steve is not waiting to be let in. See, look. He lies. He lies. So my stomach was growling a little bit. That's why I decided to grab a little snack real quick. This is brioche with cream cheese filling. Sorry for the quick break, guys. I'll be almost done in a second. Or I'll be done in a second. Shit was tasty. I have read the first, I believe, 8 issues of Hellboy, and I bought volume 2 in hardcover. I haven't read it yet, but it's sitting waiting for me. But I really enjoyed the first 8 issues. I don't know if I answered your question really. I do a shit ton of other comics besides Hellboy. Chapter 19. Dinner? You're not serious. Only Curr's eyes turned away from the creature, rolling up to look at me.
What sort of question is that? What sort of question is that? Of course I am serious. Fresh goblin? This is like finding a stack of gold amid pine needles.
Damn it.
This is like finding a stack of gold amid pine needles.
I had to retake that because there was something in the background. He flipped the corpse onto its back, then removed a dagger from his belt. My lip twisted as I got a good look at the goblin's face. It was a hideous thing to behold. It was a hideous thing to behold. It was a hideous thing to behold, with sallow, waxen skin that stretched taut over a sharp, bony skull. Its black, tar-like lips had thin needle holes where teeth used them as pincushions. Its expression was locked in gruesome pain, stark white orb-like eyes still open and wide as saucers. Its arms were difficult for me to even understand. They were long, twice the length of a man's, with 2 pivot points instead of 1 simple elbow. I could only imagine the sort of advantage that would give them in combat. Oh, okay, Bill. I can give you recommendations. So, The Boys, in my opinion, is not as good as the TV show. It's like more of an absurd comedy that doesn't have the depth that the TV show does. So when I read it, it was a bit of a disappointment. But Garth Ennis, that author, is my favorite comic book author. He's not the best, but he's my favorite. And my favorite comic series is Preacher by him. So if you haven't read that, then you definitely should. And that's one where the show is like garbage compared to the book. At least I saw the first episode of the show and I was like, no. What else can I recommend? Spawn. I can recommend Spawn from an art perspective. You watched the Preacher show or the Spawn show? If you're gonna experience Spawn, I highly recommend the HBO cartoon of it from the 90s before I would recommend the comics. The thing about the comics is the writing is just not very good. The story itself is kind of meh. But the art is absolutely incredible. The Spawn show is pretty good. Let's see, what else? What else can I recommend? I'll give you one more recommendation that's completely, not related to these at all, but I really liked Tokyo Ghost. That's written by Rick Remender and illustrated by Sean Gordon Murphy. Both of those guys are kind of like big names now in the comics industry. For a good reason. Sean Gordon Murphy's art is ridiculous. It's really cool, but I don't like him so much as a writer. Thankfully, it's Rick Remender who wrote Tokyo Ghost. The story's really good. The story's pretty good. Actually, I think the ending was kind of meh, but like everything leading up to that was really nice. So Tokyo Ghost, that's my... Besides Preacher, Tokyo Ghost is my other recommendation. And if you don't mind, if you really are more into art than you are the story when it comes to comics, then Spawn should do fine for you too. Combat. I could only imagine the sort of advantage that would give them in combat. Though the worst part might have been its nose. It was long and hooked, and likely diseased, like it had some kind of STD covering it. Pus dribbled out of open sores and caked just above his upper lip. I assumed it was a he, based upon the fact that Curr had now undressed it, and, well, if that was how it looked in death... If that was how it looked in death, I would have hated to see what it looked like when it was alive. Happy to give more recommendations if you ask, but, yeah. That's hideous, I said. Curr regarded me again with annoyance.
It is not what it is. It is not what is on the outside that counts,
he said, as if giving me the deepest lesson in life. I knew him better by now to know what his more literal mind meant. Curr was a confusing fellow. I was never sure when he was joking, apart from his big belly laughs. Even then, he said such horrible things. It was like he was incapable of not speaking his mind at all times. The inside is better? Inside is better? Better?
After I field dress it, no sense cooking the organs. They are worth little in terms of sustenance, but goblin meat is tender and delicious.
I thought you said you had rations.
When Tartan smiles upon you in the form of something fresh, would it not be sacrilegious to turn it away?
My stomach grumbled, just not in a good way.
Bleh. Depends on what that fresh choice is.
Not in a good way.
Bleh. Depends on what that fresh choice is.
Curr pointed with his dagger.
This is too good to waste, and I, for one, do not intend to. If you do not wish to help me dress it, then at least keep guard so we do not get bombasted while I prepare this delicacy. Do
you mean bombarded?
Wish to help me dress it, then at least keep guard so we do not get bombasted while... No, I do not. No.
Remembering how sour he'd gotten earlier when I corrected him, I said, "Oh, right, you're right. I'll just watch." Curr grunted, and I turned away before I could see him slip the blade of his dagger into the goblin corpse. Then he stopped and said,
Oh, I heard you playing your lute earlier. While you do very much need the practice, this is not the place.
"It wasn't me."
Danny.
The way he said my name made me look back toward him, like he was a scolding father. The sight of the blade slicing through flesh made me sick. I swear it wasn't. I thought I was hearing things. I swear it wasn't. I thought I was hearing things.
Ugh.
I swear it wasn't. I thought I was hearing things. Sick.
Ugh.
I swear it wasn't. I thought I was hearing. He started sawing through the goblin again, and I averted my gaze.
Must have been travelers on the road, harboring a death wish. Must have been travelers on the road, harboring a death wish. Must have been travelers on the road, harboring a death wish. Still, keep it on your back.
Gladly. Though I wouldn't have minded playing it as loudly as I could, just so I wouldn't have to hear the sounds of the goblin being shredded. How was I going to escape this one? Curr was intent on cooking the thing and eating it, which repulsed me. Were goblins intelligent creatures here? Yuck! At the same time, I didn't want to insult him. The screen flashed before my eyes. Maybe you could tell him you have a gluten sensitivity. I scowled. Cut it out. How about you're on a strict keto diet? He'll love that one. Are you trying to get me killed? Seriously. How about I just tell him I don't think the goblin is a good thing to eat? Sure. That sounds like a winning plan. Go for it. I'll get a mop to clean up your guts. I shook my head, and the screen vanished again. I didn't think Curr would kill me, but he probably wouldn't be crazy about me turning down a generous portion of goblin meat either. People in this world clearly had a thing about wasted food. I suppose it wasn't like they had a Walmart on every corner, though. Still, I felt like I had at least garnered enough of a relationship with him to speak the truth. About this, at least. Behind me, it sounded like Curr was nearly finished gutting the thing. There was a strange array of squishing noises now. I didn't want to know what that was. Then a crack sizzle, as Curr presumably tossed the meat on to cook. Tossed it on what? I chanced a glance over my shoulder and saw him holding what appeared to be a thin metal pan. "Where did you get that?" I asked. Curr shrugged.
I never travel without it. I never travel without it.
I didn't care what he cooked on it later. I'd never eat anything from it after that goblin popped. I'd never eat anything from it after that goblin popped and hissed all over it. Juices excreted into the pan, and the meat looked like greasy bacon. A waft of it hit me in the face when the wind shifted. A waft of it hit me in the face when the wind shifted.
Oh my god!
Shifted.
Oh my god!
The smell was more akin to fish someone forgot to refrigerate and were too cheap to throw out. "It'll be fine, right?" they'd say. "It's pretty cold in here. I doubt it had much time to go bad." In other words, bacon it was not.
Gross.
After several minutes, Curr smacked his lips.
I think this first batch is done.
Excuse me. I turned around. The goblin meat didn't look even remotely any more appetizing than when it had been a corpse. It was still a weird yellowish tint that reminded me a bit too much of the rancid lamb, just burnt around the edges. Curr smiled and rubbed his hands together excitedly. Curr smiled and rubbed his hands together excitedly.
Want a thigh? Want a thigh? Want a thigh? Want a thigh?
That was all I could take. Ugh. Look, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not going to eat that.
Why not?
Deep breath. Because I don't think goblin meat is a good thing to eat. There's something about it that just looks unhealthy. Curr stared at the meat sizzling over the fire.
Really?
Have you actually ever eaten goblin meat before? I asked, one hand on my hip. I instantly realized how I looked in my bright pink cloak and put the arm down.
You ate a bug-infested leg of lamb the other night, and now you choose to be picky?
Curr put a hand on his heart like he was wounded. For a moment, I thought he might explode at me. But then he fell back on his haunches, laughing. Me. But then he fell back on his haunches, laughing.
Oh, you took me at my word, did you not? Of course, I have not ingested such a vile thing. This stuff is practically poison. I simply wanted to see if you were dull-witted enough to fall for my prank.
Laughing.
Oh, you took me at my word, did you not?
I frowned. What are you talking about? Curr pointed, but couldn't stop laughing. When he could finally speak, he said, I frowned. What are you talking about? Curr pointed, but couldn't stop laughing. When he could finally speak, he said,
Of course, I have not ingested such a vile thing. This stuff is practically poison. I simply wanted to see if you were dull-witted enough to fall for my prank.
I frowned, but then the screen flashed again. Oops.
For my prank.
I frowned, but then the screen flashed again.
You have gained +1 in camping. Your camping is now 2. Congratulations! You really are smarter than a wooden plank. Intelligence is knowing whether you can eat goblin meat. Wisdom is knowing if you should. Wisdom is knowing if you should. You're not as dumb as you look. Your wisdom penalty has been removed. Your wisdom is now 10. Again.
You knew?
I still think telling Curr you had a self-diagnosed gluten allergy was the way to go.
Go to hell! Hey, at risk of losing my wisdom point again, if intelligence is knowing if I could eat Damn it. Go to hell! Hey, at risk of losing my wisdom point again, if intelligence is knowing if I could eat goblin meat, and Curr said it's poison, shouldn't I gain intelligence too? One more time. Go to hell! Hey, at risk of losing my wisdom point again, if intelligence is knowing if I could eat goblin meat, and Curr said it's poison, shouldn't I gain intelligence too?
Maybe you aren't the dullard I thought. However, you do not gain points for everything you do. Attributes are only raised through leveling. Consider your intelligence raised, but not enough. Consider your intelligence raised. But not enough to level up. Have a point in bartering. You have gained +1 in bartering. Your bartering is now 7.
Curr let out a bark, still laughing. Curr let out a bark, still laughing. Curr let out a bark, still laughing. Why in the world would you go through the trouble of gutting it and cooking it for a prank? A bit much, don't you think? Prank. A bit much. He waved some of the noxious fumes into his face.
Not just for the prank. To get back at you for saying I misunderstood something that I clearly did not. I thought that was fun. You should have seen your face. Do you smell how awful that is?
I pinched my nose. Unfortunately.
Exactly.
Curr settled down a little and sat up.
Cooking him nice and slow will create a smell that everything in this part of the woods will avoid. Goblins know the only creatures who actively hunt them and eat them are trolls, and they want nothing to do with trolls. So, now, the goblins will avoid us, and the orcs, despite their greed, fear the troll packs, and will also leave us alone. They will not chance a troll.
So we're safe for the night? I started to sheathe my sword.
Hardly. Hardly.
Curr produced a small shovel for his sack of supplies. Probably from? Curr produced a small shovel from his sack of supplies.
Wolves and Krakens love the innards,
he said, tossing me the shovel. I caught it, barely. Me the shovel. I caught it, barely.
We will have to bury them. And by we, I mean you.
Me? Why me? I demanded.
I caught and gutted the beast. Honestly, Danny, if we are to remain partners, you will need to do as you promised and pull your own measly weight.
I groaned, dragging the shovel as I walked to a clearing.
Do not venture too far from the light,
he added. I paused. Say what?
Wraiths, vampires, and the like. Do not venture too far from the light,
he added. Say what?
Wraiths, vampires, and the like. They will not be affected by the smell. If the goblins and orcs avoid us, then we make ourselves a target for the undead. Goblins and orcs avoid us, then we make ourselves a target for the undead.
Curr produced something else, seemingly out of thin air.
Fear not! I will sprinkle some of this around the periphery of camp, and we should be fine. It will not thwart them from trying to get to us, but they will not be able to pass within the boundary. At least, not without our permission. So, whatever you do, do not invite them in, all right? No matter what they ask. The succubi offer many wiles. Even the best of us will find difficult to deny. The succubi offer many wiles. Even the best of us will find difficult to deny.
Succubi? I remembered singing about them when we first met back in the tavern. I didn't know what they were then, and I didn't know now.
Coitus, demons! Keep your manhood in your pants at all costs.
Oh, now.
Coitus, demons! Keep your manhood in your pants at all costs.
He began rearranging stones around the fire. He began rearranging stones around the fire.
They will only kill you once they have devoured your soul.
I threw my hands up in frustration. Is there anything in the forest that doesn't want to kill us? Is there anything in the forest that doesn't want to kill us? Curr looked up and scratched his head.
I believe there may be a deer or two. And squirrels. And squirrels. And squirrels. And squirrels. That is what was in our stew in the hull. You loved eating them. Or two. And squirrels. That is what was in our stew in the hull. You loved eating them.
I didn't have any words. Just an exasperated sigh. Just an exasperated sigh. The real world might have been boring, but at least there wasn't something around every corner trying to kill me. How did people live like this? Then again, Curr was starting to sound like one of those preppers back on Earth, fearful of everything that likely wouldn't come to pass, because if the world was as dangerous as he claimed, there'd be no people in it. Better safe than sorry, I guess. His compulsions would keep me safe for this and hopefully many future nights. Curr handed me one of the vials.
Spread this in a semicircle arc on that side of the camp, and I will do the same over here. Once that is complete, we will set out the bedrolls and actually get a chance to eat.
He paused.
Did you take care of your business yet?
I haven't had the chance, I said, suddenly feeling my back teeth floating. Curr smacked his head.
And just what were you doing while I was checking the area?
Trying not to die. Curr groaned and stood, drawing his axe as he did so.
Fine. Come on, then.
He also hefted the load of goblin guts in a makeshift bag he'd created with what looked like a spare cloak. You had another cloak this whole time? I asked, looking down at the pink monstrosity I wore.
It gets chilly in the mountains. Now come. I shall stand guard while you empty your bladder.
Seriously?
Unless you want to go alone.
Night had fallen in earnest. It couldn't be that late, but it certainly felt like it was already midnight. Darkness made everything worse. I decided that whatever the screen meant with its warning that I'd be discovered as something other than a Wellick when my pants were down couldn't be worse than vampires. Fine. I followed Curr as he stepped just out of the firelight and over by a tree. He pointed.
Aim downhill.
At least I knew he expected me to have something there. In there to aim with. Leaning the shovel against the tree, I took a quick glance around, then pulled my pants down. It was tough to get going, with Curr breathing over my shoulder. I didn't even use urinals back in my world because I hated being so close to other men when I took a piss. Thankfully, the cold air helped stimulate the need to go, and before I knew it, I had a solid stream flowing. Man, that felt good.
You have been holding that in for a while.
Curr said with a laugh as I finished up.
Where did you store all that with such an unimpressive member?
Burn! By the way, I was just kidding about that pants-down nonsense. Gotcha. Burn! By the way, I was just kidding about that pants-down nonsense. Gotcha. Burn. By the way, I was just kidding about that pants-down nonsense. Gotcha. Have I told you how much I hate you? Gotcha. Have I told you how much I hate you? Gotcha. Have I told you how much I hate you?
I jest. I jest.
Oh!
Jest.
Oh! Oh! Curr said, slapping me on the back before I even finished. A spray of pee ran over my boot.
Okay, when you are fully dry, begin digging.
Yeah, okay.
Digging.
Yeah, okay. I grumbled. Curr started back toward the camp.
And do not forget to spread the contents of that vial first.
Wait, I said, suddenly stricken with fear. Can't you stand watch while I dig?
If you would like to eat and sleep tonight, one of us will have to prepare the camp. It will not take you long, even with those skinny arms.
As he walked away, a screech cut the night air. What in the world was that?
Maybe a wraith.
What?
Maybe a wraith.
Curr shouted back to me.
Better hurry!
I hate this place, I muttered, as I started to spread the fine powder. What time is it? 2:25. All right, guys, I think one more chapter, and we'll be done for the day. And this is a super short chapter. Chapter 20. Curr was right about one thing. It hadn't taken me long to dig a hole and bury the goblin parts. The ground was soft. At least one thing was going for me. I returned to camp where Curr had laid out bedrolls. One for each of us. After I sat cross-legged on the ground, he tossed me a ration.
Eat. You will need your strength.
I was beginning. It was something that looked much like the Nutri-Grain bars I sometimes ate for breakfast. However, it tasted nothing like that. If I had to guess, it was dried meat, cheese, and crushed up bread or crackers. A moment later, Curr confirmed that was exactly what it was. Shouldn't this be refrigerated? Shouldn't this be refrigerated?
I do not know what that means. Sometimes I wonder where you learned your Pryrunin, Danny. Sometimes I do not know what that means. Sometimes I wonder where you learned your Pryrunin, Danny.
Did you think they have General Electric here? Did you think they have General Electric? Did you think they have General Electric? Oh, fuck that. General Electric. General Electric. General Electric. Genital Electric. General Electric. Did you think they have General Electric here? Did you think they have General Electric here?
Oh, there's Steve. Steve is back.
I mean, I'm kind of interested in the military one too.
I'll give you that as well.
Yeah.
Nope, never mind.
Did you think they have
Genital.
Did you think they have genital?
That's the word that keeps wanting to come out.
Did you think they have General Electric here? Did you think Did you think they have General Electric here? Electric? Did you think they have General Electric here? 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 Right. Here. Right.
When you are done, get some sleep. I will stand watch for the night. We Brogs do not require nearly as much sleep as you frail Velix.
As insulting as it was, I didn't mind. As soon as I'd choked down the dry, mealy snack, I slipped into the bedroll and did my best to zonk out. I didn't pray much at home, and here, I wasn't even sure who to pray to. Though, as I closed my eyes, I whispered, or who to pray to. Though, as I closed my eyes, I whispered, pray to. Though, as I closed my eyes, I whispered, please let me wake up in my nice warm bed. The sun rose bright, shining pink behind my closed eyelids. I wasn't quite ready to start the day, so I rolled over and clutched my pillow tight against my side. Wait. My pillow? There was no translucent blue screen popping into my thoughts. It was quiet. Very quiet. And I was absolutely not in the woods surrounded by trees and hidden monsters. Dare I open my eyes? I decided to start slow, peering through my eyelashes. When the blurriness of morning faded, familiar objects came into view. Things I'd seen for years. My bedroom things. In the corner of the room, my projection-style television sat beside a hand-me-down... In the corner of the room, my projection-style television sat behind a hand-me-down dresser, the white walls with the splotch of paint from when I'd tried to cover up a scuff mark with the wrong finish. Who knew eggshell and satin were so different? Oh my God! Oh my God! I opened my eyes fully and took in the splendor of my bedroom. It was a crap hole in subsidized housing, but it was my crap hole in It was a crap hole in subsidized housing, but it was my crap hole in subsidized housing. My electric guitar. My electric guitar, a Squire model Fender I'd barely afforded, hung on the wall. I'd never really played it, but goddammit, it was mine. Like, why... He can't afford even a Squire? I leaned into my Tempur-Pedic bed, the one thing I really spent a lot of money on, because I've always believed the key to a happy life was 12 full hours of uninterrupted sleep. I let out a loud sigh. Then I heard a soft moan behind me. I slowly rolled over onto my other side and saw the half-naked form of a woman with blonde hair and a pixie haircut. Holy... Trish is in my bed? A tingle spread down through my body. My movement in the bed must have aroused her. From her sleep. I meant from sleep. My movement in the bed must have aroused her. From her sleep. I meant from sleep. Have aroused her. From her sleep. I meant from sleep.
Daniel? 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 She said softly, still facing away from me. I'm here, I said, still unable to believe it myself. Wait. Daniel? She turned. And I screamed. A yellow reptilian face stared back at me with giant, bug-like eyes, white as snow, and that long, hooked, syphilis-infested nose. Then she rose up on one of her 4 elbows and opened her mouth, saliva dripping from 3-inch-long, needle-sharp teeth. With a loud screech, she lunged for me. Loud screech. She lunged for me. For me. For me. I awoke with a start. I awoke with a start. Start. My heart stopped. Sweat poured off me in buckets.
Danny?
I heard my name spoken softly and cringed back. But it was Curr, standing by the fire, axe clutched in his hand. Another screech filled the night air. It hadn't been Dream Trish. My stomach acids rose at the realization that I was back in Pyroon, and this wasn't the dream. Hot, naked Trish. That was the dream. My TV, guitar, all of it. His hand. Another screech. Nope.
Get up!
Curr commanded me. I scrambled to my feet. Oops.
Sword out, now! Over here, by the fire.
What is it?
Wraith. At least 2.
Despite being close to the fire, I was worried. I didn't know a thing about wraiths and wondered what exactly they were. Naturally, the screen flashed in front of my eyes.
Wraiths. Undead manifestations of an evil soul. Your dead mother. Not a wraith. Your father. Maybe. Your demon. Not a wraith. Your dead mother. Not a wraith. Your dead mother. Not a wraith. Your father. Your dead mother. Your dead mother. Not a wraith. Your father. Maybe. Your demon-possessed Aunt Carla. Definitely. Wraiths cannot be harmed by tangible weaponry unless it has been imbued with magical properties. Wraiths cannot be harmed by tangible weaponry unless it has been imbued with magical properties. So put that stupid thumbtack away. Natural sunlight destroys it, but hey, it's still dark. Usually preceded by an aura of menace that causes worry. Anxiety, and panic. Depending on the individual, the wraith will feed on your worst fears. Perhaps they will even alter your dreams. Wink, wink. They are susceptible to magical attacks, religious ceremonies, and certain other things. Do you remember the Hail Mary? Probably won't work, but it's better than pissing yourself. Wraiths will feast on their victim souls much like vampire does. Wraiths will feast on their victim souls much like a vampire does on blood, enabling them to present in different forms. Enabling them to present in different forms. Blood, enabling them to present in different forms. Certain other things. What certain other things? What kind of entry is that? No answer. I grumbled. Apparently, I was going to have to figure out that last part for myself. I could already feel the aura preceding the wraith. I had to fight to keep my cool, even though I wanted to run as far away as I could. Curr, on the other hand, seemed to be only somewhat affected by its presence. Probably because he's a brog, right? Well done. Brogs aren't affected by wraith's aura. Their brog rage, even if not active. Their brog rage, even if not active, naturally counteracts it. Lucky. Is it close? I asked Curr.
Probably just outside of the firelight. It will not come much closer, thanks to the powder we put out. You did pour yours, right?
Yeah? What was it?
Powdered horse tongue.
I made a face.
And where did you get that from?
A cleric by the name of Tallywick.
Yeah, sounds trustworthy. Yeah, sounds trustworthy.
She said it was guaranteed against wraiths and other undead creatures.
Wait, you've never used it before?
I asked, lowering my sword.
No,
Curr exclaimed, a huge smile on his face.
No,
Curr exclaimed, a huge smile on his face.
This is the first time. Invigorating, is it not?
He held up something that looked like shortbread.
You want some hardtack?
The wraith screeched again just at the fringes of the firelight, as Curr had thought. Then another screech sounded like it originated from the opposite side of the camp. and then one more. The wraith screeched again just at the fringes of the firelight. As Curr had thought. Then another screech sounded. As Curr had thought. Then another screech sounded like it. And then
So there are three. So there are three.
Curr said, way too exhilarated by the prospect for my tastes. 3? I gulped. He took a step closer to where the flickering light ended. I thought he was going to charge out into the night, but he only stood there a few moments before he returned and sat down.
At least, this is wonderful. This is wonderful.
I peered out into the darkness. Despite my eyes being less acute, thanks to the fire, I could have sworn I saw movement somewhere beyond the glow. They weren't content to remain still, that much was certain. I remembered the part about the sunlight driving them away. How long until dawn?
Too long.
Will they stay out there?
That is what the cleric told me. You may continue resting.
The wraiths screeched again, this time all together like a symphony of promised death. I shook my head. Yeah, not with that kind of racket happening out there. Yeah, not with that kind of racket happening out there. Or the memory of Goblin Trish. You'd still do it if she asked. The sad part was the screen was probably right.
Do not be a vain,
Curr replied. I scoffed. What about you?
I do not mind the screeching. I will continue keeping watch.
You sure?
I would not have offered if I was not sure.
Yeah, okay. All right. I walked closer to the fire and the safety of its flames. Or at least I hoped it was some sort of safety. Despite the heat, I still wanted to roll myself up into my bright pink cloak. It wasn't my Tempur-Pedic, but I was amazed that even while sleeping on the ground with it, I was still pretty comfortable. I mentioned that to Curr.
Elves make the best travel cloaks,
he said, eyes still plastered on the forest. The screen flashed. It's true. Elves are used to sleeping outdoors in forests since the Wallachs destroyed their homes and reduced their numbers to that of an endangered species. It's true. It's true. Elves are used to sleeping outdoors in forests since the Wallachs destroyed their homes and reduced their numbers to that of an endangered species. It's no wonder, over the years, they've perfected the art of cloak making. Lightweight, but comfortable as sheep's wool. Lightweight, but comfortable as sheep's... but comfortable. Lightweight, but comfortable as Lightweight, but comfortable as sheep's wool. Not even the ranger cloaks are considered as comfortable. Not even the ranger cloaks are considered as Not even the ranger cloaks are considered as comfortable. Not even the ranger cloaks are considered as comfortable. Sheep's wool. Not even the ranger cloaks are considered as comfortable. Destroyed their homes? Do you ever provide descriptions that don't make me want to crawl out of my skin? That's a cruel world.
I'm back.
What up? 1 second. My skin. That's a cruel world. That's a cruel world. Okay. So you came back just in time for me to stop. Good work.
I figured that was going to happen.
Yeah, it's 2:50. I need to stop. I have like more than half a chapter left here, so I'm not going to be able to make it all the way through. And I have a meeting at 3, and
right.
I'd like to get some food in me before I start that. But this has been the last cold read of this series. That will be on YouTube. Let's see, I'm streaming to Twitter and to Instagram and where else? Twitch. So we'll be publishing these on the platform in just pure audio form next week, so watch out for that. It'll be downloadable for free, and you can just listen all you want to all the fucking around that I've done and narrating that I've done while narrating this. So I'm pretty sure I think we're past 30% at this point. I got quite a bit recorded today. So
42,000 words.
42,000? Yeah, I just I'm
Which means
halfway
you
through
got
chapter
just
20.
about 100,000 left. Yeah, I actually copied right from where you left off.
Nice. Yeah, so the rest of this book I'm going to be narrating in Discord, so be sure to check the description of this video below. You will find the Discord link for the Sound Booth Theater Live Discord server. And yeah, be sure to check out all the rest of the links in that description as well. You'll be able to find a link to Cold as Hell by Jaime Castle and Rhett Bruno, the same authors who brought you this book, or who will be bringing you this book, where it's still not released yet. And yeah, that's about it for today. Steve, thanks again for coming and hanging out. Thanks you everybody here who watched and had a good time. And if you didn't have a good time, fuck you.
Yes.
Yeah. But anyway, I hope you all have a good rest of your week. I hope to see you in Discord tomorrow. And that's about it. Hope you all have a good day. Bye-bye.